All right, welcome to our February 13th, 2023 pre-meeting. Tonight at our 5:30 meeting, we're going to discuss, we're going to have staff and representatives from the Mecklenburg Emergency Medical Services Agency discuss medic response times. Rob, are you going to lead that discussion? Okay, and I'd also like to recognize our State Representative Laura Budd, who's with us tonight. Thank you, Laura, for coming. Appreciate you stopping in to see what we're doing here in Matthews, so thank you. Rob?
Yes, this is the clicker though. Vance, go back.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As Chief said, my name is John Peterson. I go by JP. I'm the Executive Director at Medic. Unfortunately, our Medical Director, Doug Swanson, was not able to be with us tonight. Normally, he participates with this, but he will be able to cover his slides without any issues. So with that, I'll go ahead and get started. Just a couple of quick reminders, if you will, about Medic and who we are and what we do for the community here in Matthews, but throughout all of Mecklenburg County. We are the sole ambulance provider for Mecklenburg County. We do all of the 911 and the non-emergency interfacility EMS calls within the county. We are a government agency, and we are overseen by an agency board of commissioners that is appointed by our county board of commissioners. There are 3 representatives from each of the hospital systems, Novant and Atrium Health, as well as 1 representative from the county on our agency board of commissioners, which is who I directly report to. By state statute, EMS is the responsibility of the counties, which is why you see in most parts of North Carolina, it is a county EMS system or a system like we have here in Mecklenburg County with Medic. And a little bit about how we are funded. About 75% of Medic's funding comes in the form of fees for service, essentially the service we provide, bill, and collect. And whatever we are unable to collect on that, the county helps us with a subsidy of about 25%. And that's the additional revenue that we get to make sure that we are neutral. And clicker's not working. Okay. Thank you. So what our hope is tonight with this presentation is to talk a little bit about the why. Why are we proposing changes to our response configuration? As Chief Kinderberg mentioned, it's been 25 years, over 25 years since Medic has been in existence. And today we are currently operating the same as far as how we respond to calls as we did in 1997. A lot has changed since then. So we're going to talk a little bit about that as the why, but specifically about what we're proposing to change, the impacts to that to the community. But for this slide, I'd like to focus specifically on the who. This has been a very collaborative effort over the course of the last year or so. Would like to point out and thank Chief Kinderberg for his efforts and support in helping us put this together. And we've had multiple representatives from the fire departments, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, who have every step of the way helped us to create a new response configuration that we think works best for the citizens of Mecklenburg County, as well as for each of the first responder agencies. There are benefits to each agency as we go through this, and you'll see. And next slide, please. It's not working. Yeah, it's not working. Sorry about that, technical difficulties with the clicker, but I think we'll get it figured out. So why change our response configuration within Mecklenburg County? If you look at the chart on the right, which hopefully, if you can click the thing one more time, sorry. There we go. If you look at the pie charts on the right, you can see that about 76% of the time currently, medic is responding with lights and sirens to calls as if they are a life-threatening emergency. What we know is that once we arrive on scene, do an initial patient assessment, and then transport the patient to the hospital, only about 5% of the time are those patients actually having a true life-threatening emergency. So what that tells us is that our response versus the outcomes are misaligned. We're going to talk a little bit about reduction of lights and sirens within the county on the next slide, but that is a key point there. The next thing is we need to be able to respond to our, same slide, sorry, is working, thank you. We need to make sure that we are able to respond as quick as possible to our sickest patients. These are what we call priority 1 patients: cardiac arrest, severe strokes, difficulty breathing, traumatic injuries, things like that. We want to make sure that we can get to those patients as fast as we can. And what's happened over the last 5 years is we've seen a 33% increase in Mecklenburg County in the number of priority 1 patients. On top of that, at the same time, we are seeing a significant increase in the number of low acuity calls. A lot of those patients, at least some of those patients, are folks who are calling and may not actually need an ambulance, but they don't have another method of getting to the hospital. And in those cases, we actually now have opportunities to provide options for a Lyft or an Uber, but just gives you a little bit of a variety of the spectrum there that we are working with. With regard to reducing lights and sirens, studies started really going back all the way to the 90s, looking at use of lights and sirens with regard to EMS and the fire department. But if you go all the way back to when EMS really started in modern EMS, which is around the 1970s, which isn't that long ago, but in the 1970s and the 1980s, we just didn't have the type of technology, the type of vehicles, the type of medical training and capability then like we do now. And so everything was about how fast you can go. And that's how EMS really got started. In the 90s, we started looking at, is that really the best practice? Is it really the right thing to be going lights and sirens as much as we are? That started some discussions, but it wasn't really until about 5 to 10 years ago or so that there was really some serious research that was done. And in fact, in 2017, the National Highway Transportation and Safety Administration did about a 96-page white paper discussing specifically use of lights and sirens in both EMS and fire services. And what they found is that on average, when we utilize lights and sirens to respond to calls, we increase our risk of a crash by about 50%. So that's not only increasing the danger to us as your EMTs and paramedics and firefighters in this community, but it's also increasing the danger to our community and motorists on the road. And we have to look at that and say, is that the right thing to be doing? When we look at something like 76%, which I showed you on the first slide, of how often we're responding lights and sirens versus 5% of transports that are actually life-threatening, we have to look at that and find what the right balance is. And I would argue that today's balance is off. We know that average time saved for lights and sirens responses is anywhere from 42 seconds to a little over 3 minutes. There's been multiple studies across the country and even here locally in Charlotte. I can't remember exactly how long ago, but that study was probably within the last 5 or 10 years. And so we know that running lights and sirens is significantly more dangerous, but doesn't save a whole lot of time. So that's something that we need to consider too as we look at this. And now I'm going to invite Dr. Studnick to come up. And we just want to go through kind of a tip to tail what happens in Mecklenburg County when someone calls 911. And then Dr. Studnick is going to go over for you a little bit about the current response matrix today versus what's proposed.
Thanks, JP. Thank you, Town of Matthews, for having us here today to walk through these changes. We appreciate your time as we discuss how to better respond to emergencies in your community and the rest of Mecklenburg County. So for those of you who may have not ever called 911 before, which many people don't, which is great, I want to walk you through kind of the anatomy of a 911 call, because this will help us understand what and why some of the changes are going to be made. So if an individual calls 911 in Mecklenburg County, that call is answered by what we call a primary PSAP, or a public safety answering point. And there are a couple in Mecklenburg County. The main one is in the city of Charlotte. There's one in Cornelius. There's one in Pineville. So depending on where you place your 911 call, it's going to be answered by one of three centers. And they're going to ask a very simple question. Do you need police? Do you need fire? Or do you need medic? If your call originates within the town of Matthews and you ask for medic, or really anywhere in Mecklenburg County and ask for medic, that call is then transferred to a secondary PSAP, which is our communication center. So within our communication center, we have trained emergency medical dispatchers who are state certified healthcare providers. In the eyes of North Carolina, those folks that answer the phone and ask you questions about your healthcare to determine your level of need are certified emergency medical dispatchers. They're healthcare providers. And so when the call is transferred to medic, these trained emergency medical dispatchers go through a protocol that asks a set series of questions to help determine three things. How critically ill is the patient who's calling, which then necessitates what type of resources we need to send and what mode of response we should go. And so resources are our first responder partners or other services that we help provide. And mode is whether or not we should use our lights or sirens or whether we should not use our lights or sirens. The protocol our telecommunicators go through is relatively exhaustive and could end in one of any 1,200 different response determinants, right? And so there's a real level of specificity that they get to when they talk to a caller to make sure they understand what their problem is and how serious that problem is. And we classify it so that we know what to do with the resources we have available. So that process that I just talked about is our Medical Priority Dispatch System, MPDS, is the product our emergency medical dispatchers use to go through a call-taking process to determine how seriously ill a patient is. Once that call type is determined, we then dispatch the appropriate ambulance resource and appropriate first responder resources. And I want to hold there for just a second because I think it's important to remind folks that in Mecklenburg County, we operate a two-tiered EMS system. So what does that mean? Our first tier is our first responder partners who are provided by the town, the city, or ETJ volunteer departments within Mecklenburg County. And they provide an essential service to the citizens of Mecklenburg County, which is first response EMS service. They're fire department based all throughout Mecklenburg County now. And on every piece of fire apparatus, there's a trained EMT. And that EMT can respond from their fire department to an emergency and start front level care to determine whether the patient is critically ill or if there's interventions that they can start right away to help mitigate whatever situation they may have. We then have medic as the ambulance transport provider. And we're dispatched simultaneously on most calls. And while first responders often get there ahead of us, medic comes behind to finish up the patient assessment, begin advanced level treatment, and then determine whether or not that patient needs transport to a hospital emergency department or not, and facilitate that transport. So our first responder partners and medic have two different missions, right? Our first responder partners, they're all fire department based. All of our fire departments in Mecklenburg County are all hazards fire departments. And so they focus on all of the hazards present in our community, whether that be a medical response, a fire response, a hazmat response. And that's their purpose, to be positioned to respond primarily within their local community setting for those hazards. Medic is an EMS service focused on patient transport to the hospital. To provide the service to those patients that need a hospital emergency department. And that's our role. And we'll respond into the community, identify a patient, and then transport them to the hospital. And so we have two different sets of purposes. And I think it's always important to remember kind of what each of our roles are in the emergency medical service spectrum. So understanding the call condition, the mode, and the resources we need is the base of what we call our response configuration. So how we're going to respond in our community. This next slide is going to show what we do today. All right, so this is how emergencies are responded to in your community today. That top line is our most critical patients. Like JP says, a cardiac arrest, someone whose heart has stopped beating, someone who's had a heart attack, someone who's confused and not able to speak or act appropriately, right? These are folks that need a critical intervention. And we have a response time target for the ambulance of 10 minutes and 59 seconds. We send first responder resources and everybody goes lights and sirens, right? We go quickly, and that's about 20% of the 911 volume we see today. We move down a bucket and we see a 12:59 response time criteria. These are all also lights and sirens responses. We send first responders on all of these responses today, and this is a larger group. Almost 50% of the work we do fall into this 12:59 response time window. Really, the only difference is about 2 minutes in response time. But we'll see as we talk a little bit through, there's a lot of patients in here that may actually not be as acutely ill as we think they are and could probably be serviced with some different types of resources. During the COVID crisis over the last 3 years, we did introduce a third response time target, and that is a 60-minute window for responses. We had a huge volume of low acuity patients into our system that did not need emergency response by EMS or first responders. We went through our medical control board, our agency board, our medical director to identify those types of calls, and we identified patient types that would be appropriate for a 60-minute response from the ambulance, no first responders, and we would not respond lights and sirens. Now, one of the reasons we're coming back and revisiting our response configuration is exactly the 60-minute window. We created the 60-minute response time target, mode, and resources in an emergency, right? During COVID, when resources in our hospitals, our fire departments, and in EMS were really stretched. And we know that there are some patients in there that could probably use a little bit better level of service than 60 minutes, and we need to address that. And so that's one of the reasons that we're here today, to modify our response configuration. And then the last line is some alphabet soup. And this basically is our referral programs. So we have a nurse advice line, we have poison control, and we have crisis line. So our nurse advice line, we send patients to a secondary triage at a nurse advice line. If they go through our entire protocol, are very low acuity and likely do not require ambulance transport, we'll send them to a nurse at either Atrium or Nirvant. And it's a nurse advice line like you would call today if you had a question about your health, or if you have children and they've got a fever and you're like, I'm not certain what to do when you call a nurse. That's that type of nurse advice line. And they try to really disposition those patients to home care because they really likely don't benefit from an emergency department visit or emergency department transfer. We've been doing poison control work for more than 25 years. Poison control is a national program in every community in the United States where you can call a line, and if you have some sort of toxic ingestion that doesn't have priority ambulance symptoms, you can get advice from a poison control nurse and likely avoid an unnecessary ambulance transport or emergency department visit. And then within the last 3 years, we've onboarded a crisis line. And so if we have a patient that calls into our center with a behavioral health crisis that needs mitigation, we can send them to a crisis nurse who are trained at a far higher level than our firefighter EMTs or our paramedics to manage behavioral health and do a much better job of managing a patient that's in crisis or near crisis. And so those programs are all phone referral programs. So now, once we go through that set, I'm going to show how we're going to change, right? So today we've got 3 time targets and some referral programs. Tomorrow, or when we implement, hopefully the end of March, we're going to have some different time targets. So the first thing, and really for me, the biggest and most important change isn't a change. Our first line priority, those patients who need a response emergently, heart attack, cardiac arrest, those patients are still receive an emergent lights and sirens ambulance with a first responder, time target of 10 minutes and 59 seconds. And that's about 19% of our call volume. If you remember to the previous slide, the 1059 bucket was about 20%. It's about 19%. We did not really make any meaningful changes in how we respond to the sickest patients in our community. We focused on those that had lower acuity needs or issues. So the next big change you'll see is there's a 15-minute response window. So we changed our response time by about 2 minutes. So from 12:59 to 15. And we did that because we're going to request that both EMS and first responders don't respond to their lights and sirens. We know lights and sirens response is one of the most dangerous things we do. And we believe that these patients are safe within this window for a non-lights and sirens response. And so on some of these patients, they will receive a first responder. And on some patients, we will not receive a first responder. And we've made a decision to not send first responders on those calls in which it is unlikely that a first responder EMT is going to have critical life-saving skills needed to deploy. And so think of calls in this category like someone with a general illness at a nursing home where nursing staff has called and asked for EMS to transport them to the hospital. There's already nursing staff on scene, and they can take care of the patient until a first responder arrives, right? Many psychiatric complaints will fall in this or the 30-minute window. And our first responders won't be responding to primary psychiatric complaints. We'll reserve those for ambulance assessment and intervention. The next response time window is a 30-minute window. As I said, we had moved a good chunk, 22% of our volume to 60 minutes. This is the recognition that there are likely folks in our community, while low acuity and a non-emergency response is appropriate, moving that time target up 30 minutes as the max end of our target is probably appropriate type of service for these patients. Again, some of these will have a first responder and some of them will not, and they will not be lights and sirens. The 60-minute target remains. This 90-minute target you see here is a very low percentage of calls that go through our call center that hit this target. What this refers to is that sometimes we receive back from our nurse advice or our crisis line, we receive a call back that says, yes, this patient is low acuity. There is really not a need for ambulance transport. However, they don't have any transport available to them. And so they still need a ride. And so they'll send those patients back to us. We'll offer the patient a ride share, a Lyft or an Uber. And if the patient accepts that ride share, then they can get to the hospital safely in that Lyft or Uber. And if the patient is unable to accept a Lyft or Uber or doesn't want to, we will still send an ambulance. But because we know they've been through a secondary triage with a nurse, we will hold a response time window that's a little bit more scheduled so we can fit it into the workflow. And that's why we have a 90-minute response there. The alphabet soup remains. We'll continue referring the same patients. And then we have another level of first responder only responses.
I have a question. A Lyft or an Uber, like, can you explain how that, can you break that down a little bit more?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. So for the last year, we have had a program in place with a rideshare management company that does work for healthcare organizations. And so they started out, they were called Circulation. I think they've bought their, I can't remember what they're called now. Atrium Health and Novant Health both use them to help disposition patients home that don't meet medical necessity for an ambulance. And what we do is when the nurse calls us back and says, hey, I have a patient that just needs a ride. They just need transport. We have a portal through this third-party vendor that will connect us to a Lyft or Uber driver, just like you would do if you ordered one on your phone, except we do it on a desktop. We have a conversation with the patient and say, hey, you're a low acuity patient. The nurses triage you, which is great. We're happy to hear that you're not having a life-threatening emergency, and we can offer you a ride to the hospital in a ride share, and we'll schedule it for you. The notification will come to your phone. Would you like us to do that? And we've had really good success with patients accepting a ride share to the hospital. And so then they get notification on their phone, just like they would if you were going from the airport to downtown or wherever you may be transiting.
So these are just regular Uber and Lyft drivers. So these they have no medical train, no, just any Joe Schmo who.
Yep, it is any Uber driver who is a participant, or Uber or Lyft driver who is a participant in their system. This is a service they offer many healthcare organizations to transfer non-acute patients to the hospital.
Interesting.
As a follow-up to that, why is it optional? I'm concerned that maybe ambulances are being used when they could be used for someone actually having a heart attack instead of taking someone who's got a cold to the hospital.
Yeah, and so that's a great question. And how I answer this is two ways. The first way is the easy answer. And our contract with circulation stipulates that we must offer them an option. Right. So the first is the super legalese. We got to ask them. And if they say no, we're not supposed to use a Lyft or an Uber. The second way is we are in a situation today where we still have a belief that we should offer service. It's the same way we manage hospital destinations within our community. We ask patients their preference of healthcare provider. And if they're in the town of Matthews, but their preferred hospital provider is Atrium and they want to be transported to Atrium Pineville, even though Matthews is closer, we will respect their request for how they want to have their healthcare delivered, and we'll take them to Atrium Pineville. And so we do still have some patient choice within our system. There's policy decisions we can make to, remove some of that choice, but we're not there today. Though I echo your concern and believe that we should use ambulances as judiciously as possible.
Is there any option to remove a serial abuser if you have someone that's calling an ambulance every other day? So.
Yeah, thanks for that question as well. So we have a program within Medic. We call it our frequent user program. And within our frequent user program, we coordinate with the wraparound services that are offered by Mecklenburg County and specific cities and towns to provide social support to patients. Because what we find in dealing with our frequent users is that EMS is emergency medical services is like we're the safety net, right? If you don't know who else to call or where else to go, or you have some other problem, you call 911 and you're going to get some sort of response. And what we find is most of our frequent users have some sort of supportive housing need or are not fully enrolled in federal or state programs that allow them to get access to healthcare easier, right? So they may have a disability or an injury that would make them Medicaid allowable. They may have aged into Medicare and aren't receiving those benefits yet, or they just may need services to find them community supportive housing. That and many other programs we interface with the community to make sure we route these people to the right place. Now, this is a long and arduous process. Many of these folks are homeless, not housed, and we've been meeting as a frequent user group for more than 5 years, and we've had some real successes housing an individual and seeing their utilization go from 20 to 30 times a month to 0. And we've had some tragedies where folks weren't able to get the support they need and they ended up dying on the street, which is just a terrible outcome. But I think that team does fantastic work trying to prevent that frequent use. Thank you for that question. And then the last piece on here that I would highlight before we move on is there are some calls within our community that have a high likelihood of not needing ambulance transport, but we need to send a resource to the scene to assess whether or not a patient is present. And if one is, we'll call for an ambulance. And those are first responder only. Two good examples are many minor traffic accidents where two vehicles bump into each other, but we get on scene and there's actually not a patient. Maybe there's some fluid on the ground, but really it's a police matter. And so our first responder partners can get there a little quicker. And then if we don't need an ambulance, we can preserve that asset for other calls in the community. And then another common one is medical alarms. Oftentimes we'll have unintentional activation of a medical alarm. Patient might not even be home. And a first responder response is appropriate to see if they can clear that call and preserve the ambulance. And if there is in fact a patient in there, first responders should go because they have the right tools to break down a door to get into a house. They have keys to apartment complexes and, dwellings that we don't. And so if they're there and they have a suspicion that there's a patient, they can call us. And while they're making entry, we can be on the way. So that's where we're moving. And so, go back. This is the slide that Dr. Swanson typically presents. He's our medical director for the Mecklenburg EMS system. He provides medical direction to the EMTs and paramedics at Mecklenburg EMS agency, and he also provides medical direction to the EMTs that work for all of our first responder agencies. And so his role is to determine whether or not the protocols that we follow are safe for the community. So for the last year, we've been operating a system with a 60-minute no lights and sirens response configuration, not sending first responders, and a longer time target than we've ever had. And so we wanted to make sure, so is that safe? Because really, if you think about our new response configuration, we're moving some of those 60-minute responses to 30. So they're actually going to get a faster response. And the biggest action is we're going to have a 15-minute response instead of a 13-minute response without lights and sirens. So we wanted to make sure as low acuity patients, is that really safe? And so he has reviewed these data with our team for the last year. And so we've had 12,900 60-minute responses between October 21st and October 31st of 2022. So 1 full year of data. We'll note that the safety profile is very good. 65% are transported to a hospital emergency department. That means 34% are not transported. It's a pretty high what we call a cancellation rate. We either get canceled prior to our arrival by first responders or the patient, or we arrive on scene and the patient decides that they don't want ambulance transport. Less than 1%, it's about 0.7%, are transported as a high priority patient. And of all of those high priority transports, Dr. Swanson has reviewed every case. He does a manual review, reads every ticket, and determines whether or not our response time had a meaningful impact on the clinical outcome of the patient. And while we have had some, very few high priority transports, we have had no patient with a clinically meaningful impact to their care based upon our response time, which is good and highlights, I think, the safety of low acuity responses. We can, in fact, identify patients that are low acuity and can use a different or alternative response time, response mode, and resource allocation. And I think it's very safe. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to JP so he can talk about community impact, where we're headed.
Thanks, John. Just a couple more slides and then we'll be available for any questions that you might have. So what does this mean for your community? First and foremost, and John already mentioned this, is there is no change to the rapid response that Medic will provide to our priority 1 patients. In fact, if all goes according to plan, that rapid response should actually improve. Secondly, increased safety. Looking at reduction of lights and sirens for both Medic and the fire departments, we believe will provide additional safety for our providers and for the motoring public. And I think most importantly also as part of this is these response changes will give us a realignment in our system that realigns the responses versus the outcomes and let us work more efficiently in the system, again, to make sure we're prioritizing our sickest patients. Just to give you an update on where we are at with this response configuration rollout. We have presented this to our agency board of commissioners and our medical control board. Both have unanimously approved us to move forward, which is why we are here at this point, going through essentially a county roadshow to each of the city and town councils to let you know what Medic is planning, why we're planning to do it, and to have some dialogue and get some feedback from you all and allow you to ask some questions of us. You can see we've got quite a few of these set up. There is one more that's going to be happening in Mint Hill. Looks like that's probably going to be in April. And so we've got quite a few town and city councils on there. Our webpage specifically to response configuration has been up and running since January. So if you go to medic911.com, a pop-up will happen right as soon as you get on the website, and it'll talk about response configuration. And it's an opportunity for anyone in the public or anyone really in the world who wants to look at our website, that'll be the first thing that they see. They can click on that and they can get some basic information that is easily, I think, understandable to learn about what we're doing here in Mecklenburg County. There is public comment section on that. So we have the ability for folks to be able to send us a direct message through our website, and they can choose whether or not they want to identify themselves and leave contact information. If they do, we have the ability to contact them back. And so that is something that will be going on for throughout this rollout and beyond, as we make sure that we are hearing from our communities through the website. In addition to that, we will be going to each of the 6 county commission districts to do public meetings. These slides were created before we had official dates, but we do have official dates now. Most of these are going to be, as you can see, at recreational centers. We'll go in the evenings and provide a short presentation to anyone from the public that would like to come and meet us and hear what we're talking about. It's also, I think, a great opportunity for us to talk about and do some education with regard to when's the right time to call 911 in a medical emergency, and answer some questions from people about that so that we can help level some understanding there. And with that, I think we are to questions and feedback. Yes, sir.
I'm on your website right now.
Great.
And it's 156,000 calls. Is that can't be for 1 year, right?
That's 1 year.
That's incredible.
Yes, sir. We're very busy.
Yes. Let me go to my questions. Why are you doing this? Is it just for your own internal bookkeeping, or does it have implications for reimbursement or national or state reporting?
No implications for reimbursement or reporting. This is simply to make sure that we send the right resource to the right patient in the right amount of time. And as I think you've heard today, we have challenges with a variety of different patients and people that call 911, from people who call 911 simply because they need transportation to people who are having a life-threatening emergency. And we have an obligation to respond to those folks when they call us, but we need to have the flexibility to be able to say, okay, we need to save this ambulance because we can predict that there's a high-level call coming in, and we don't want to use this valuable resource right now if we don't have to. So let's wait on sending it to that low acuity call for a little bit until we make sure that we have all our resources aligned appropriately to respond to the sickest patients.
Yeah, and I want to give you special praise for that, for doing it to make yourself more efficient instead of response to an outside force.
Thank you.
How are you legally structured? Are you a private corporation?
No, sir. We are a government entity, so we are a joint government service created by Mecklenburg County, and it's Atrium Health now, but it used to be Charlotte Mecklenburg Hospital Authority, which is a government authority. Medic was created back in 1997. So we are government employees. We are not county employees, but we are government employees.
And who do you report to directly?
I report directly to an agency board of commissioners. That agency board of commissioners is appointed by the Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners to act on their behalf. And so one thing I think I failed to mention at the beginning of the presentation is not only are we your county ambulance service, we also act as your county EMS authority on behalf of Mecklenburg County, because as you recall, the county is responsible for providing EMS. And so they utilize us on their behalf.
Do you provide services outside of Mecklenburg County?
We do not.
Okay. And as far as free rides, CATS provides free rides for Medicaid patients. Have you talked about doing that as well, working with CATS as far as that's concerned?
It's a great question. I'm not aware of that, but I don't know if John, if you're familiar with that.
Yes, CATS does provide limited ride service to patients with special needs, and mostly where we interface with CATS is on patients who have non-911 needs, but rather they have hospital appointments or needs to get to a hospital for regular care. And so we will identify patients that may start using Medic as transit to hospital appointments or hospital care. And if we note that they don't meet Medicare rules for medical necessity, we'll help move them to more appropriate ride services like CATS. They're a great partner, and they do a great service to Medicare patients here in Mecklenburg County.
Thanks. One last question. Is on your website, is there a tier, a structure for your costs for each response? Or are they all the same?
So no, I don't believe it's on the website direct. However, we have our annual report that you should be able to find on our website that I think might break that down for you. Is that right, Jeff? Yes, that's. Thank you.
That's the word, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, okay, you
Yeah.
heard him. Okay.
And I'm assuming you do your own bill collection, or do you work through a third party?
We do. No, we do all of our own internal billing. We have a full revenue cycle department that does that for us.
And that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I've got a few, if I could, and then Commissioner Hoover, I'll get to you. Do you have is it all or nothing? I mean, is it lights and siren or nothing? Do you have a like lights option? I would like to think if I was driving to Harris Teeter on the weekend to go get a 6-pack for the game, that I would get out of the way of an ambulance that's going to help somebody. You know, it just seems kind of odd that if I see an ambulance going, I don't know if they're just reporting to work or if they're actually going to see a patient.
Yeah, it's a good question. So it is all or nothing. And the reason why it's all or nothing is because we find that if we just utilize lights or just utilize sirens, people get confused. They already get confused and don't know what to do. And so adding one more element of, do I need to get out of the way or not? Plus, again, responding emergency is one of the most dangerous things that we do. So the more things that we can use to alert people that we're coming, if they see us, that's great. But if they don't see us, if they hear us, that's important too, for us to try to avoid accidents and things like that. Even at night, when there's not many cars or anything like that on the road, we utilize our lights and sirens because it's a safety thing.
And the vetting of patients, you appear to be highly confident that, you know, one or two of those 5% aren't going to fall through the cracks. I think of my own father who had a major heart attack and just was sitting on the couch saying, boy, I feel a little tired. When the ambulance finally came, he had a major cardiac event. You're confident that through your vetting, you can be more responsive to those type of people. I'd hate for someone that you thought was low acuity to be a high acuity patient and die before you got there.
Sure. Our vetting process, as you mentioned, is our medical priority dispatch process. That is we use the worldwide gold standard for that. And it's not perfect. We are only as good as the information we get from the caller. So there are times now, there have been times in the past, and there will be times in the future where a caller, it does not give us the correct information and we arrive on scene and find something else. That does happen, that can happen. And regardless of what type of response configuration we have or call taking procedures that we do, that likely will continue to happen. Although, as you saw on the Is It Safe slide, it's a very, very low percentage. Less than 1% of the 13,000 calls that we were measuring there were something different than actually that came through our medical priority dispatch.
My final question is, does insurance typically pick up most of the cost of a transport? Because I've known several people that have refused transport because they said, I can't afford it.
Yeah, that's it's kind of a challenging one because each insurance carrier is a little different. Some will pay for most of the bill, and then the private party will have a small portion of that bill to pay. Some don't pay it at all. It's not part of that person's plan, and so they just don't cover ambulance service. So that person is responsible for 100% of it, even though they have insurance. So it's important to know your insurance that you have to see if it's covered. It's a vast, wide variety, honestly. So, and it's really hard. In fact, it's almost impossible for us to know in the moment, someone's insurance status. It's after the fact that we find that out as we go through the billing process.
So what is the top end that someone might have to pay?
It's over $1,000.
Okay, well, I mean, that's somewhat reasonable. I've heard in some locales, people paying, like $7,000 for an ambulance ride to the hospital, things like that. So
yeah,
that seems reasonable. Commissioner Hoover.
Yeah, mine, just out of curiosity, what is the average lifespan of a medic?
The average life as far as how long they stay in the, so, unfortunately in our profession, being a paramedic or EMT is both a very physically challenging and mentally challenging job. And right around, I think and please don't quote me because I'm going off of memory. I believe that nationwide it's about 5 years.
Wow, okay. And if anything, if it's being done, is anything being done to put more trucks on the road?
Yes, absolutely. So we're working very hard as, we've been very upfront and transparent that for the last couple of years, Medic has had a staffing shortage. We continue to have a staffing shortage today. But we have some new and very exciting programs that are in play right now that are going to bring significant number of new EMTs into our system. One of those is a partnership that we have with Central Piedmont Community College. We have 20 EMT students that just started last week in school. All 20 of those folks are committed to Medic. Next month, we have another 20 students starting with CPCC. We anticipate to get all 40 of those students by July. So that's a huge influx to us. Right now, we're about 64, 65 vacancies overall. So getting those 40 people in all at one time is going to be a big deal for us. We also just received $1.2 million in ARPA funding for a new pathway program to help us bring in people who have no EMS experience at all, give them a full-time job working in our logistics department while we train them to become an EMT. So it's a great, entry-level pathway program to get people to EMT. We've already been able to start that program as a pilot. We're just going to expand it. It had 84 applications in the first 90 days. And we just had a class of 15 EMTs that started with us last week. So we're making great progress on that. And our goal is to get as staffed up as we possibly can here this year.
Town
What's the
manager.
starting salary?
You bet. So we have a minimum starting wage at Medic of $20 per hour. That's all positions, including EMT. Our paramedics start at $25 per hour. And then as they progress up through the ranks and become either a team leader or a charge paramedic, a crew chief, they have the opportunity to gain additional percentages to their.
If someone's interested, how would they go to your
Go to
website?
the website, please. Go to medic911.com,
Okay.
and we would love for people to take a look at that. We've got the second class for CPCC still open, I believe, for applications. So come talk to us. And if you're interested in our OST to EMT program,
Yeah,
love to have it.
thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Town Manager Hawk.
JP, we've had a lot of conversations about data.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk to the board a bit about what Matthew's specific data will be available to us to make sure that we understand the baselines of what the response times were like prior to implementation of this, and then what will be used to evaluate to make sure that you are successful as you move forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that we do is we track our response times as currently configured, like John mentioned, and we will continue to track those under the new configuration, and we will be able to compare and contrast those. And we've committed that monthly, at least for the start, we'll meet with each of the fire chiefs. Probably, I'm assuming it'll be a group setting, and we'll go over some numbers on at least a monthly basis to start to make sure that things are going as planned. If our fire chiefs and first responder partners have any questions or concerns, we can address that. And if there's anything we find as we go through this process that we need to pivot on, we have the flexibility to be able to do that.
And just so I'm clear, that would be Matthews specific and not the southern region of Medic service area.
We can do Matthews specific.
Yep, that's what we're looking for.
Okay.
The other thing, before you're done, I just want to make sure that Rob has a chance to address the board, to just speak a little bit about making sure that the board is very clear on how this will specifically impact our own staffing and the changes as far as not running lights and sirens and not being aware of some of the calls. So I just want to make sure that we leave a few minutes for that before we're done. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I have two questions. First, are there examples of like other departments going to a similar strategy? I guess like is a bigger county in North Carolina doing something similar to this? How does that compare?
We are the first that I'm aware of in North Carolina to do this. So we are leading the charge. There are other services that are doing something similar, both in the United States and Canada. One of the systems that we did some benchmarking and a lot of learning from was Niagara in Canada, and some others. So we are definitely on the leading edge.
Gotcha. And then second, I guess going back to the cost question, I think of like the single mother who their child needs EMS and they don't feel like they can afford it. After said and done, they owe $1,500 or $1,000 to say, is there a program for people who are, at the poverty line, like to get help, or, if their insurance says no and they, they're living paycheck to paycheck, how do they pay for it?
There is. So first of all, for people who can potentially afford it, but can't afford it all at once, we have opportunities to do payment plans, and we work very regularly with people on that to make it affordable. But we also do in 2022, we provided $4.5 million in free service to folks who couldn't afford to pay. And we utilize a similar system that we've learned from our hospital partners about how they similarly provide charity service, because just like medic, if you go into an ER, they have to treat you regardless of your ability to pay. And so they have mechanisms for that charity care in place, and we do the same thing.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Tefano.
Yes, one last financial question. You said you got a 25% assistance from Mecklenburg County.
Yes.
Is that mostly to cover your free services and also any debt write-offs that you might have?
Yes, sir. So it's primarily to cover calls that we don't recuperate payment on. There are a number of services that we provide at no charge in the community, such as providing ambulances for football games, high school football games, other types of standbys, things like that. But it also assists us with capital purchases for ambulances, supervisor vehicles, IT equipment, things like that.
So your balance sheet is public?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's on your website?
I don't know that it's on the website.
Best way to look at it, sir, we do not keep a balance sheet. Medic is not allowed to take on or incur debt. We're not allowed to hold.
Yeah, come on up. John's got it.
Yeah, so we don't have a public balance sheet. We have a approved revenue and then approved expenses, which is in our annual report. But it is important, as Jeff was saying, Medic, as the organization we are, cannot own real property or carry real debt. We must balance our budget at the end of the year, and our expenses must match our revenue. And so that's the county subsidy is used primarily to make sure that we have that match in revenue. And as JP said, a majority of that goes to unfunded services through payers, or helps us manage the ebbs and flows of high capital expense items like ambulances, cardiac monitoring systems, or stretchers that come intermittently over the period of 5 to 10 years.
And what is the amount of that annual subsidy roughly?
Medic's total budget last year was 75 million. And I believe subsidy was right around 24, 20, 21, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
It's about 21 last year, and it varies per year. And I apologize. I'm still new. I just been with Medic for a year. So some of my team still know things that I don't.
Commissioner Garner.
Thank you for this helpful presentation today. My questions are not so much related to the lights and sirens, but one of the emails that we all received recently, the author of the email stated that when they called from their house near the Union County border, that their call was diverted to Union County. Is that earlier? I believe you said, or one of you said that calls were directed to Mecklenburg County 911 services. So are there calls diverted to Union County services if they're near the county line?
Yeah, so we have mutual aid agreements with all of our surrounding counties, and they can come into Mecklenburg County if we need them, and we can go into their county if they need us. So if they have a closer ambulance than we do, and they are available and can respond to the call, we will absolutely ask for Union County to come in, or any of the other surrounding counties. And that has been a longstanding relationship, and it really benefits all of us.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything you? No, go ahead.
My other question is related to the Uber and Lyft rideshare program. Are there administrative fees or additional costs that are incurred if you accept a ride?
So there's no charge to the patient. Medic funds that 100%. I believe the average cost for an Uber ride last year was about $16.
Okay, and my third question, since it's related to other questions other commissioners have asked, maybe something that you grimaced when I asked, but several years ago, I remember the news, seeing on the news that the county was wage garnishing people who could not pay for their ambulances. Is that still a program, or has that been replaced by another
That,
way of
so
collecting debt?
I believe I recall what you're, even though I wasn't here, I do believe I'm aware of that, and that actually never was implemented. So that was discussed. It got to the point where it was ready to be implemented, and then the Board of County Commissioners asked us not to implement that. That has not been implemented.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions from elected officials? Well, thank you, John and JP, and Rob, do you want to wrap up?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
So I didn't prepare anything official. This has been a long process. John Studnick and John and Jeff and I go back a long way, and through some heated conversations, John invited me to be part of this process, which was probably his biggest mistake, because as you know, I will speak my mind. What this means, I mean, the system we're operating under is 25 years old. The system is not current with a county our size. The growth we have seen has necessitated these changes. The system goes back to Brandy's ambulance service and Medic taking, or the county taking over Brandy's. If you've ever seen the movie Mother Jugs and Speed, anybody, nobody? All right, that's my South Mecklenburg grad buddy. Yep. Okay. So we've come a long way. So what this means in Matthews, so Medic has the ability to analyze our data. We can't, our records management system doesn't make the information as granular as Medic does, but EMS is about 60% of what we do on a daily basis. Last year, we responded to 2,600 plus medical calls. Of those, 28% were priority 1 calls. And of that 2,600, that's motor vehicle accidents, medical calls. So we do have a large share of the priority 1 patients that JP talked about. The change should result in about 1 less call for us a day. But that still leaves 1,500 what we call Bravo through Delta calls that we really don't know how that's going to shake out. About 50% of our responses under this program will be non-emergency. We will go non-red lights and siren. And let me just address a couple things. It's not that we like making noise. The state law is that an emergency vehicle is not an emergency vehicle unless it is displaying both flashing lights and audible devices. So we're trying to cut that back. We're going to see where that takes us, but about 50% of our calls will be responded to non-emergency. We have talked a lot about funding and a lot about data. Medic has pledged with the county manager to provide access to what they call the notes. Right now, everything I know about the call comes over this. With the notes and technology, we will have a lot more information about the call, and we will have the ability to upgrade that response to lights and siren if we feel it warrants it, and we will be able to tell the medic unit to pick up the pace. So right now, our current on-scene time is about 7 minutes and 17 seconds to 90% of our EMS calls. About 10 minutes and 39 seconds from the moment you dial 911 till we get there for about 90% of our calls. So that's what we're going to be tracking. There will be the calls that we don't know about, and those are the ones that cause me the biggest problem. I've made it clear that we have a much older population than the average of Mecklenburg County. We plan to go out and meet with Plantation Estate, Matthews Glen, Windsor Run, Carrington, who has a new name now too, and discuss some of these changes with them so that when security at Matthews Glen dials 911 for a resident who's fallen and we don't come, they understand why. We've had some of those. So we're going to try to head some of that off. We are blessed because we do have a hospital in our first due area. So a lot of times we get a unit that is transporting into Matthews, Novant, and is responding out from, and we are a priority post for medic. So there's usually an ambulance at Station 2. To Commissioner Gardner's question, 911 is another place that's a problem, and we know it's a problem. The lowest paid person in the EMS, fire, and public safety line is the person who answers the phone. And it is high stress, high demand. John manages that group. It's difficult to keep people. The 911 system was never built around cell phones. It's built around your home phone system, which nobody has a home phone anymore. So the tower is going to pick up the phone, the tower that is closest to your phone will pick up the call and send it to the center that tower is in. So us being on the Mecklenburg Union County line, yes, frequently calls do go to Union County and they get routed back very quickly, but the 911 system is overwhelmed. It's overburdened. It's run by Mecklenburg County, Charlotte Mecklenburg Police, and County Fire goes to medic as well for dispatch. So at the end of 2023 or implementation a year later, we'll be looking at that 90% response time. We'll be fielding calls from citizens who maybe didn't see us show up. We've kind of done this to ourselves. We've pledged since 911 was implemented. If you run out of options and you call 911, somebody's going to come. It just might take a while. So, any questions?
I've got a question. Do you have any reservations at all about the proposed changes?
I just worry about the calls we don't know are happening.
Okay.
We don't, the calls that are happening that we don't know about do give me some concern with our population. Like JP said, Party 1 calls are supposed to be 19%, and here in Matthews, they're 28%. So, and we do have about a 38% duplicate call, not duplicate, 2 calls at the same time, whatever that word is. About 38% of our calls, we're on one, we'll get another one. So we do need to do something to be more available. Also, we have talked to the county about funding. The current funding model is based on putting fuel in the truck and supplies in the truck, but this has become a labor-intensive operation. Our contract requires that we have an EMT on every responding unit. We do that by just about everybody being EMTs, so we guarantee the right person is there. But we've gone way beyond Band-Aids and fuel and insurance, and we've gone into the salary range. So we're having those discussions.
Any other questions for Chief Kinneberg? All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. We'll take a recess until 7 o'clock. Good evening. We've got a good crowd here tonight. Welcome to the Matthews Board of Commissioners, February 13th, 2023 Town Board Meeting. I'd like to start with some introductions. On my left and your right is Assistant Town Manager Malia Gordon, Commissioner Renee Garner, Commissioner Larry Whitley, Mayor Pro Tem Ken McCool, our Town Manager Becky Hawk, our Town Attorney Charlie Buckley, Commissioner Mark Tefano, Commissioner Gina Hoover, Commissioner John Urban, our Town Clerk Lori Canapino, our Planning Director Jake Camp, and our Public Information Coordinator Maureen Keith. And again, I'm Mayor John Higdon. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. A moment of reflection with Commissioner Garner.
Before I begin my invocation, I'd like to take a moment to recognize that February is Black History Month. And to recognize all the incredible contributions of the Black men and women who not only built this country, but those who've helped make Matthews what it is today. And at the risk of embarrassing Commissioner Whitley, I'd like to point out his dashiki, which is a beautiful textile in celebration of Black History Month. So tonight I would like to begin our meeting with an invocation that I did not write, but that spoke to me, and I'll paraphrase it just slightly. We are gathered today with the shared belief that we must treat our fellow human beings with respect and dignity. I don't ask that you close your eyes, but to keep your eyes constantly open to the serious issues that town government can and should solve or improve. I don't ask that you bow your heads, but to look up at what you can accomplish by applying your considerable talents and experience to the problems that confront us. As we work together on behalf of all who live in Matthews, may we gain our strength and sustenance from one another through reason and compassion.
Thank you, Commissioner Garner. We'll now move to adopt the agenda. I'll ask the Town Manager, are there any additions, deletions, or movements within the agenda?
None for me, but I believe Commissioner Tefano would like to make one adjustment.
Yes, I'd like to move consent agenda item 9G1 to become 10B under unfinished business.
Is that a motion, sir?
It's a motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so moved. Now we'll move to adopt the agenda as modified.
Mayor, that we adopt the agenda as modified.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We're going to move on to public comment. Please save comments on zoning items for when they come up later in the meeting. Anyone who's registered in advance will be able to speak first. And I believe we have Chris Query, former Mayor Query, that signed up for public comment.
Can everyone hear me all right? I want to give you a brief history and why I'm here tonight and why you've seen me in the last few meetings. Back in 1967, which most of y'all weren't born at that time, I built a house here in Matthews. About 6 months after that, there was an office built across the street from my house. I didn't think it was at all right. And so I went to the town folks and asked them. They said, we have no rules about that. They can build anything where they want. I started looking at things and I thought, well, you know, we're going to be like Monroe if we don't do something where you can have a garage and a grocery store and a house and all mixed up in no order. So in 1969, I was elected Mayor Pro Tem. Colonel Parris Lemon was elected mayor. He and I sat down right after we were sworn in. And at that time, he said, Chris, what you want done needs to be done, but I don't have the energy to do it. So next week at our meeting, I'm going to resign and I'm going to turn the mayor's job over to you if the board will allow it. The board accepted that, so I served another almost 6 years. And what that came down to is we had no zoning ordinance at all in the town. You could build anything, anywhere. I spoke with all the landowners in town, and they agreed with me that we need some kind of an orderly method to keep growing as a town in a good way. So I worked for 2 years with the Institute of Government and came up with a zoning ordinance that we have used and is the basis, I think, for what we now have, which controlled growth and said you've got to have a method of getting zoning at the right time. So zoning has been a major concern of mine through the 30 years I've served this town. And this, one of the zonings that's up now is again right near my house. So the neighbors had asked me if I would help, and I am, because it does reflect me again. And it's something that is dear to my heart and that I want to make sure that our town continues to grow in the right method. I think the person maybe got a wrong inclination as to what should be done. That's opinion, but that is, I wanted to give you some background as to why zoning is so important to me. We had none. I put it all in effect at the time, and I think it served our town well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Query. Would anybody else in the room care to speak on a non-zoning item this evening? Seeing none, I'll ask Maureen, do we have anybody in the Zoom audience that has raised their hand to indicate they'd like to speak virtually? All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 6. Entertain a motion to recess a regular meeting and open public hearings for applications to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and land use map of the town of Matthews.
So moved.
Second.
Motion for Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Before we start tonight, I want to explain that public hearings will be held until 10 p.m. If any public hearing has not been opened by then, it will be continued to March 13th, 2023. Also want to apologize for any confusion, but after having conferred with our town attorney, we cannot allow people who have spoken previously on a zoning item to speak again. I looked at the list tonight, and that only affects a couple of you that have spoken previously, so it doesn't affect that many. However, if you have spoken previously and you still want to provide additional feedback for the record that will be in the record for any zoning application, you can email comments to matthews@matthewsnc.gov, and your comments will be included in the record, even if you've spoken previously. So again, I apologize for that, but we have to follow our rules here. All right.
Mayor, if I may add, that's a case law and not a statutory law. And the case is Town of Edenton, Smith versus the Town of Edenton. And it was held in that, and that was a zoning case also, that towns must follow their rules. And if you fail to follow your rules, then any action you took, regardless of which way you voted, any action you took could be set aside. So it's based on case law and not on statutory law that we have to follow our own rules.
So we certainly don't want to invalidate our public hearings. That's why we're following these rules. Jay, could you introduce the planning board members in attendance, please?
Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Jay Camp. I'm the town's planning director. Here on our first 2 rows, we have our town planning board. On the front row, we have Jonathan Clayton. Second row, Bob Jackson, Tom Dorsey, Doug Rose, and our newly minted vice chair, Howie Labner, and our chair, Jim Johnson. So thank you all for being out here this evening.
Thank you. And once again, I want to publicly thank the planning board for all their volunteerism for the town of Matthews. Thank you. We appreciate it. We're going to move on to item 6A, zoning application 2022-749, Sante Matthews, to change the zoning from RVS and R15 to MUD, RVS, BHCD on that certain 82+ acre site located at the intersection of Stallings and Idlewild Road and the I-485 interchange, and being designated as many different tax parcels, which I will not read now. Further identified as 14704 Idlewild Road. This was continued from January 9th, and we're going to start from a staff presentation with Nadine Bennett. Ms. Bennett?
Thank you. And I know you've heard most of this presentation before, and you're probably looking forward to having the applicant actually speak. So I will not take too much of your time. So you just said what the location is, and I think we have all got this memorized probably at this point. And the existing use, it's mostly undeveloped. There's some single family residential on it. What they are proposing to do is 570 residential units, along with an 8,600 square foot wellness center, up to 15,000 square feet of office, 40,000 square feet of retail, and up to 54,000 square feet for a grocery store. Again, that's the area, and it shows the zoning on it, mostly R, or about half R15, and the other is the old, what we call the old Silver Oak zoning, which is RVS. It's an aerial view that's looking down Stowling Roads, and it's 485 kind of in the distance. Previous zoning actions in 2007, that's when it was zoned for the Silver Oak subdivision. It was 96 pinwheel style homes and 38 single family homes. And then in 2011, there was another proposal on the other side of Stallings that was turned down. But this is what we've been waiting for. This is their most recent site plan, and it does show the relocated Stallings Road and a traffic circle, and it's got all the details of the proposed buildings. This is a prettier version. We can better distinguish what's what. On the left there is single family residential, or in the yellow, single family detached residential. The light brown townhomes and duplexes, darker brown is apartments, and then the rest is office retail. I just want to remind you again that we do have a small area plan in place for this. It's called the Eastern Gateway Plan. I'm not going to read all the way through it, but just to point out a few of the recommendations or the overall concept we had for the area. We wanted a mix of land uses within walking distance, so that, and we also wanted a variety of housing choices. So single family, multifamily, smaller places, apartments, and just a mix of uses. That's an illustration we had from the Eastern Gateway Plan. And again, I am not going to go through the recommendations, but I know that you had these in your packets. So you can see some of the recommendations that we were aiming for when we put together the Eastern Gateway Plan. We knew that we weren't going to hit all of these. This is obviously, it would have been ideal for us. And we wanted to get as close as we could to this. This shows the Eastern Gateway Plan as we had it laid out against what is their newest site plan. And as you can see, it matches it very well. The single family is up against the existing neighborhood, so that's the least dense. And then as it gets towards 485, it gets denser. And the non-residential is up against Idlewild. And there are lots of parks. There is a public gathering place. There's actually a couple of places where we think they did better than the Eastern Gateway Plan, and I would point out the apartments for that. Again, this just gives you a better view, be able to tell what's what. They also sent us their pattern book to show us what it's going to look, proposed development would look like. We think, just to point out a few things, staff needs to see elevations of the out parcel buildings, because the Eastern Gateway Plan actually didn't envision drive-through retail along Idlewild, and they have proposed it. We think that if it's done right, it could be good for the neighborhood, again, if it's done right. As we also recommended in the Eastern Gateway Plan, there's a variety of housing types here, including single family, attached and detached, and multifamily, and it will include both for sale and for rent products. And for the multifamily in it, we have a variety of housing types, even in the multifamily. So there are duplexes, and then smaller apartment buildings, and then larger apartment buildings. And again, that goes, as you get closer to 485, it gets more dense. This is the CMS analysis. It could add up to 136 students to the schools in the area. Of those, 60 would be going to the elementary school that is not over capacity right now. So there is a new elementary school there. Because there have been some comments about services to the neighborhood, I just wanted to point out that there will be a new station going in at 3017 Matthews Mint Hill Road, which is actually significantly closer than the VFD that was serving the area. So for staff comments on it, I already pointed out there are a few more things that we'd like to see before we can really comment on it. They did get their the updated site plan in on time, but you can see it's a huge project. So it's going to take a lot of review time. We did an initial review and we don't see any big problems with it. We think it really, really matches up well with the Eastern Gateway plan, the plan that we laid out for the area. But we do still need to look at it and work with the applicant some more just to get it kind of exactly the way we want it. The same is true for the TIA, the traffic impact. They did get it in on time, but it's a huge project and our town engineer hasn't had the time that she would like to devote to really going through it. We had a big staff meeting last week where we went through some comments. A few of the things in the TIA, I believe, were to make sure that the site plan actually matches what's in the TIA. There were some comments about the Barney Drive intersection and some comments about the roundabout itself and making sure that the movement is what we need it to be. Not an issue with the roundabout, but just the way the roundabout is actually laid out. And also wanting to work out where there will be pedestrian connections. So other departments also, they looked at one of the older plans, didn't have any significant comments on it. They haven't had a chance to review this one, but it'll go to them this month. And I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Nadine from elected official? All right, Mr. Pappas, you want to introduce your team and remind those in it that are here tonight, let's remain respectful and allow the presentation to be made, and then there'll be opportunities for everyone to speak that has signed up afterwards. Thank you.
Well, Mayor, thank you, and members of the town council, delighted to be here again to review our plan for Sante Matthews. And before I do that, I do want to say thank you to all of you, to your staff, to the many other stakeholders and the neighbors in this immediate area who have met with us numerous times, who have shared their opinions, concerns, thoughts about our plan in the area. We've also met with many other people involved in the town's business, such as the leader of the Habitat for Humanity group here in Matthews, Ms. Foster, who works with the wildlife certification. Our team wanted to really understand everything that's important to the town of Matthews. And while I fully recognize that there are some differences in our vision and that of the neighbors, I would point out that our effort here has been very earnest to provide the best possible plan for this area. This is a very unique opportunity. It's 82 acres. And if I can figure out how to work this, I'll just flip to this first slide, which you've seen before in our deck, but it talks about framing the future. And our plan is really based on several fundamentals. One, preserving open space, which you'll see in more detail today, where we've done that and where we've added open space since our last meeting. It involves very stringent architectural design guidelines. I think almost every building type in this plan, we have provided an elevation for through our pattern book. The focus of our community is wellness. It's community building. This would be one of the first, if not the first, wellness community in the Carolinas, a wellness-based program with activities and engagement to help those live a healthier lifestyle, and then placemaking, which has been a lot of what our company has been about for many, many years, creating places that people like to gather, people like to live, and people like to enjoy each other's camaraderie. The site, which Nadine has done a good job explaining some of the parameters around it. I put this aerial back up only to say that one of our early objectives that we have, I think, further enhanced through neighborhood input in the planning process and looking at more detail, is to create a very logical buffer from the existing single-family neighborhoods and putting
proposing single-family housing, detached housing provided by our strategic partner, David Weekly, who would build the for-sale housing against the existing for-sale housing in those neighborhoods with a large buffer and open space in between. As you go from the westernmost side of the site moving east, one of the fundamentals of our plan is to realign Stallings Road to a much safer location away from the interchange, where with the inclusion of a roundabout, full movements can be made and would ease some of the traffic congestion. As you move further to the east toward the interchange at I-485 and Idlewild Road, our plan does increase the density to include neighborhood retail services, not a large retail area, but a neighborhood retail area with restaurants, with a grocery store, with office, and some amount of multifamily attached housing that will be delivered in 4 different building types. One of the comments that we've heard a lot about is the density. And our team put together these 2 slides, which are included, I think, in the handout that you've been presented, that just show the density of other developments in the Matthews area that have been previously approved. And you can see that our overall density is significantly less than several of these previously approved projects. And much like the vision of the staff, this density is delivered in many different building types. Let me turn the program now, if I could, over to Jim Schumacher and to Tom Walsh. Jim and Tom are our senior leaders at Pappas Properties. They've been the ones leading a lot of the discussion and planning effort, and let them present to you the updated plan changes, the transportation improvements, and and review some of the master plan. And maybe before I do that, I would mention just one more component of our proposal that I think is very important. It's very important to our company. I've been in this business since 1984. I'm proud of the work we've done. We've tried to always deliver best-in-class communities to the cities and towns we work in. Part of that, though, is including housing, attainable housing for people that serve our communities, the teachers, the firemen, the policemen. And so what you'll hear from Tom Walsh in our presentation is a very detailed program that we would roll out if this plan's approved that would deliver both for sale and for lease housing. So with that, I'll pause and let Tom and Jim come up. And I think Ms. Gardner, you had a question.
Yes, before you go on, could we go back to that density comparison? Just so I can see it for a second longer.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then this was the first page. Also, before you go on, I did want to recognize our state representative, Laura Budd, who's here tonight before we get too heated here tonight as our state representative. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you for coming tonight, Laura.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity here this evening. Again, we can see here the rendering of the site plan, and I want to just highlight some of the changes and improvements that have been made to the plan over these last couple of months. First of all, the number of housing units on the project overall was decreased 92 units, so going from 662 down to the 570 that Peter mentioned earlier. And while decreasing the number of homes overall, the number of for sale single-family detached homes has increased from 14 to 45, a more than 3-time change. And I can remember where the laser is on this. So you see in the earlier plan, the single-family homes, 14 single-family homes were over in this area along the western edge of the property. We now have, as you see in yellow here, these are all single-family homes along the frontage of the property here, and then extending down as far as the street can go before it gets to the regulated stream buffer at the bottom there. So from 14 homes to 45 homes, and again, those homes are along this western area and really provide single-family detached homes very similar to the existing neighborhood of Springwater. We also have added some green spaces. Here in this area, there is about a 2-acre park space, green space, open space that would include a small pond and green space for gathering and enjoying the outdoors. Here in the center area of the townhouses is another green, more like a green lawn that would serve as a front yard for those townhouses that are surrounding it. And one other change is the edge up here along Idlewild Road. We have added a landscaping buffer along that area. Go back here one. Added a landscape strip along that portion of Idlewild Road that will provide a great aesthetic, an improved look for the homes on the other side of Idlewild Road, as well as, of course, the traffic as it comes by. So the single-family homes reverse front to Idlewild Road, and front on the cul-de-sac here, and again, down the street to the bottom of the hill. David Weekly is, as Peter mentioned, is our partner in building the homes, and they will, here we are, they will get, be building those 45 single-family homes for sale. And these are some illustrations of some of the projects that they have done. So focusing on the kind of the western portion of the site, the plan locates the roundabout. Well, wait a minute, maybe I'm ahead of myself here. The 15-foot landscape strip I talked about. The as we go to the eastern portion of the site, you can see that the roundabout will be located at Davis Trace. Oh, I'm having troubles with this device here. There we go. The roundabout would be located here at Davis Trace, and Stallings Road would be realigned from the existing location where Stallings comes into the site down here at the south end, would be rerouted to come over and meet at the roundabout there at Davis Trace. Our proposal is to provide all of the right-of-way necessary south of Idlewild Road to keep the roundabout from impacting existing properties on the north side of Idlewild, as well as right-of-way for the relocation of Stallings Road. This dedication of right-of-way is very important to the state's project for the roundabout. Without this dedication, the state would have to buy all of the right-of-way on both sides of Idlewild for the roundabout project and the relocation of Stallings Road, which could limit the extent of the state's project. Here we see a rendering of the park space, although in a different location in this plan. The plan keeps the village park at the center of the commercial area. As you can see here, the park is to be surrounded by restaurants and other retail spaces. During the public input process, we learned that many residents in the Winter Road neighborhood south of the project off of Light Brigade Drive are very supportive of the project and would like to be able to walk or bike to the village. So as a result, the updated plan and the updated transportation impact analysis proposed to extend the pedestrian and bike trail on Stallings Road further south to connect to the neighborhood down at Light Brigade Drive. So the west side of Stallings Road would have the multimodal trail, pedestrian and bike trail. And so it would extend beyond the limits of our project further south to get to Light Brigade Drive and allow folks in that neighborhood to have a pedestrian and a bike connection up into the project. Another aspect, another feature that we learned through the public input process was the grocery store. We heard a lot of input that people were very interested and supportive of having the grocery store. And so we've introduced that to the project. All right, I would now like to review the process underway to evaluate traffic and other transportation issues. A transportation impact analysis is required to meet both NCDOT and Town of Matthews policies, and the final conditions of that TIA become a part of the zoning document. The original TIA was submitted in October of 2022. It proposed improvements at the site, shown in yellow here on the map, and improvements away from the site, shown in green. In the language of the TIA, the road improvements are mitigation for the impact of traffic from the new project, and can also address existing capacity and safety issues. So based on the original TIA, the local NCDOT division office, as well as the DOT congestion management staff in Raleigh, approved the offsite or away from the site improvements that again are indicated in green here on this site. And those include modifications to the 485 interchange bridge and the northbound ramp, modifications at Idlewild and Thompson Road to the west, Stallings Road and Phillips Road to the south, and Stevens Mill Road at Idlewild to the east. Kimley Horn is the traffic consultant for the project, and they've been doing these traffic studies, and Brady Finkley with Kimley Horn is here this evening and can speak to any detailed questions that you may have. Shortly after the submittal of the original TIA, the MPO and NCDOT canceled the Diverging Diamond project on 485 and replaced it on Idlewild with the construction of a roundabout. So as a result, our plan now incorporates that roundabout and the relocation of Stallings Road to meet the roundabout and related changes. So the second version of the TIA, as Nadine mentioned, is still under review with the staff. And again, the final agreements among the staff and NCDOT will be a part of the zoning documents as we go forward. So here's a little more of a close-up looking at Idlewild Road and what it looks like with the improvements that have been talked about. The recommendations of the TIA include a focus on multimodal components consistent with the town's policies, such as multi-use paths, sidewalks, crosswalks, lighting, and a connection across Idlewild Road towards the Stevens Creek Nature Preserve. The primary improvements include, as I mentioned, realignment of Stallings Road in the roundabout, which of course eliminates the existing Stallings and Idlewild intersection, which has a history of a high number of accidents. The roundabout provides improved access and safety to enter onto Idlewild Road for neighborhoods to the north and to the south. Between the roundabout and I-485 would be a 5-lane cross-section for Idlewild Road. That is 2 through lanes in each direction with a center turn lane in the center. A planting strip along the side over here, and a wide sidewalk, actually a multimodal trail, 10 feet wide along the south side of Idlewild Road. In the area west of the roundabout, the widening would be 3 lanes, again with a through lane in each direction and center turn lane in the center to provide turn lanes at Barney Drive. And this cross section shows the landscaping buffer that I mentioned earlier. So in addition to what the normal planting strip and the multimodal trail, there would be an additional planting strip here to provide for tree planting and additional landscaping that screens the single family homes to the area behind that. And by the way, this is a good way to get trees along Idlewild Road. The state has restrictions against putting trees very close to the road. So the state would not allow us to put trees in this planting strip, saying that they're too close to the travel lane. So by committing to this additional landscape area, we're able to create a tree row in this area. So this is an overall shot of the site with regard to transportation. The Idlewild Road, of course, across the top in blue, and the roundabout shown in red. The realignment of Stallings Road shown in yellow. Stallings Road currently comes straight up along this path, and the existing intersection with Idlewild is right here. So that intersection goes away. This new local street is nearby. It would be right in, right out only. So the traffic coming here could turn right to go towards the interchange. We would also plan to have a left turn here using that left turn center lane that I described. That gives you a turn into that local street as we see here. So the green that you see are the other local streets that are part of the project overall. So all of these roadway improvements will be accelerated and completed by the state and PAPAS as part of the Sante project. Without the Sante project, only the roundabout would be constructed by the state. And based on their funding schedule, that construction would begin about 2029. So let me turn it now to Tom Walsh to talk about the affordable and attainable housing program.
No, we're not going to allow questions from the audience. Sorry.
Just person. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to present. Since our December 12th public hearing, we've been hard at work developing an attainable housing program that we believe would be viewed as a community benefit and an asset to the town of Matthews. During the process, we've reached out to many stakeholders as well as other community organizations and attainable housing experts for feedback on our program. The attainable housing program that Pappas Properties is prepared to commit to, should our rezoning petition be approved, includes 13 for lease and 9 for sale units, totaling 22 attainable housing units. We believe this program provides an attractive increase in the town of Matthews' attainable housing stock and is a tremendous benefit to the community. So for the for lease, we are committed to providing 13 attainable housing, affordable housing units, which represent 5% of the multifamily units. In order to qualify for these units, a resident's household income must be equal to or less than 80% of the area median income, or AMI. We are prepared to commit to an attainable housing period of 15 years, which we have increased from our original commitment of 10 years. Rental rates will be set so that residents spend no more than 30% of their gross income on housing. Based on today's market conditions in 2022, AMI attainable rents would range from $1,380 for a 1-bedroom to $1,900 for a 3-bedroom. Based on today's average market rate apartment rents in the town of Matthews, the attainable rents represent an approximate $170 per month discount on a 1-bedroom and an approximate $600 per month discount on a 3-bedroom. These 13 units would be spread throughout the multifamily community shown right here, which is up against 485. In addition, for the for sale housing component, we are committed to providing 9 attainable for sale townhomes that are 3-bedroom and 2-bath and approximately 1,500 square feet. We are prepared to deed restrict these properties for a period of 99 years. These homes will be sold to households earning less than or equal to 100% of AMI with a target between 60 and 100% of AMI. Additionally, we are prepared to providing first priority to first responders and teachers who work in Matthews and active duty military and veterans. And second priority, individuals who work in Matthews. To make this possible, we as a developer are prepared to make a direct cost subsidy of approximately $85,000 per home. These 9 townhomes will be spread throughout the 80-unit townhome community here and would have the same exterior design. So based on today's current marketing conditions, these are some examples of who would qualify their townhomes, what the homes may sell for, and what their monthly mortgage payments may look like. First, you have a firefighter with a single household income. This individual would qualify to purchase a home at 60% AMI and would purchase a home at Sante Matthews for $240,000 to $250,000. Their monthly mortgage would be between $1,395 and $1,455, which would provide significant savings of approximately $1,200 per month when compared to a market rate home. A market rate home here would be a starting price in the townhomes of $450,000 and up. Second, you have a veteran working at a local business and their spouse, who is a family therapist. They would qualify to purchase a home at 80% AMI and would purchase a home at Sante Matthews for $320,000 to $330,000 with a mortgage payment between $1,860 and $1,920. Their savings would approximately be $725 per month. Third, you have a CMS school teacher and a police officer. They would qualify to purchase a home at 100% AMI level and would purchase a home at Sante Matthews for $390,000 to $400,000 with the monthly mortgage payment between $2,270 and $2,325 per month. That would represent approximately $325 per month savings when compared to a market rate home. So with that, I think Peter. What? Oh, yeah, next button. Oh, yeah.
A lot of information, a lot of changes in response to public input. And I think in summary, I'd maybe just say the following. The 2 plans that are up on the screen right now, to the left is your approved Eastern Gateway plan. To the right is the Sante Matthews plan as filed February 2nd. You can see the similarities. I think to achieve a comprehensive plan for this area, you've got to have all 4 property owners under control to get design compatibility, to deliver a transportation network. In particular, the realignment of Stallings Road is not possible without the consent of 2 or 3 of those property owners. So one of the benefits of this proposal is that we have all 4 property owners working together. We own one of the sites. The other 3 have been working with us for well over a year on this plan. And our plan allows for the relocation of Stallings Road to a much better location that'll improve mobility and eliminate congestion and improve safety. The other thing I might mention about this plan is that you can see the substantial amount of open space and natural area around the site, including 2 pocket parks, one in the townhome area, one next to the existing residential neighborhood, and then a 3rd open space that will be a public park surrounded by restaurants, retail, office, and the building in the red would be a mixed-use building with shops on the 1st floor and residential above. Again, very consistent with the vision that you've adopted. So if we can go to this last slide, the benefits and the commitments that we will make as part of this petition are substantial.
And so what we've done is just show a comparison of what is in place with the existing or by right zoning, and then what would the commitments and restrictions be and benefits if our petition's approved. And I think you start with one of the most important, which is a commitment for sale housing against the existing neighborhoods. That commitment does not exist today. The current zoning will allow for sale or for lease housing. The attainable program that Tom just walked through is again a major commitment of our plan. The pattern book that we've submitted that show all the elevations for the different product types will be a part of our zoning. The current zoning does not have commitments for design guidelines. Jim has outlined a number of both on-site and off-site transportation improvements that would be made sooner if this petition's approved, with full donation of right-of-way to NCDOT, which will allow any funding NCDOT has to go further in making additional roadway improvements. The public park I mentioned a few moments ago, the extension of the multimodal trail and bike trail along Stallings Road, both to the existing neighborhoods to the west and to the south. An active adult component, which minimizes impact on schools. I think the slide that Nadine showed 136 additional students. I believe that's only 43 additional students over the existing zoning that's in place. The commitment to do a wellness focused community, which I think will be an asset to Matthews, will draw more people to the community and will certainly position this as a forward-thinking development. And then again, I would emphasize the comprehensive nature of our plan of getting all four of these property owners together to develop this in one cohesive master plan. So with that, Mayor, I thank you very much in the board and the audience for their patience to allow us to get through all that information. We're proud to present this plan and hopeful to be a part of your outstanding community.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Do we have any questions from the elected officials? Commissioner Tafano.
Yes, I want to make sure I have these numbers exactly right. You said there's 45 residences for sale, correct? And the total count is 552, correct?
570 total units in the entire project. The 45 are for sale, single family homes.
Right.
So
So
there's additional for sale townhomes.
right, but total for sale is 45. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure.
25 total for sale between the single family and the townhomes.
Okay, bear with me just for 1 minute. So 125 for sale. And how many total?
570.
570. Okay, so that gives us approximately 80% of the development is rental. Would that be a correct number? Yeah. Wait, I want to know in the surrounding area, all the contiguous property and the property across from Idlewild. Did you do a survey to find out what the percentage of rental was in those properties?
We don't have that exact information available tonight, but what I'd like to go back through those numbers for just a minute. 268 of those units, the multifamily apartments that are developed in 4 different building types, are between the realigned Stallings Road and I-485. The area between Stallings Road and the neighborhood consists of 175 active adult units and 125 for sale homes. So certainly the percentage goes down because there's much more land included in this plan. If you look at just the area adjacent to the neighborhood, the ratio, is much less, and the majority of that density is in active adult housing over 55.
Commissioner Garner.
Before we go too far down that rabbit hole, I would like to clarify if that's part of our purview to discuss for sale versus for rent.
It cannot be a decision point for us now. Other questions from the elected officials? Any, I'm sorry, Commissioner Urban?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Yeah, no, this board cannot deliberate on for sale versus rental. We'd get ourselves in really hot water and Charlie would turn red and get all over us.
Excuse me just a minute, this Charlie, does that mean the question could not even be asked?
The ownership of property is not a zoning tool.
Does that mean the question cannot be asked?
Well, you can ask the question, but you want to make sure that they understand that any decisions made are not based on ownership of property.
That is my goal and my promise, but I want to make sure that I wasn't stepping out of bounds by asking the question. Thank you very much.
Let's follow up the question to staff. Staff, as it's currently set up right now, could someone develop that property with all for rent housing? The answer I just heard from Nadine is yes. Nadine, staff as well, under the existing conditions of this particular property, could a residential home builder build anything they want, including all vinyl homes?
Nadine, can you approach the mic, please, so everybody can hear your response?
That's a yes and a yes.
Okay, under the current zoning as it stands right now by right, we do not require buffers between residential zoning. Is that correct?
That is also correct. There's a rear setback, but no buffer.
So they could clear trees and open space and go.
They could, as long as they're out of the swim buffer, because there is a swim buffer there.
All right, so I will get to ask Mr. Peterson comments, but I think we need to be. I could sit up here for an hour going over these tit for tat conversations, but I think we have to realize that the by right conditions as they stand right now, a developer can go in there west of the Stallings Road and put in over 200 homes, all vinyl, all for lease, no buffers. They could build a school. They could build a cemetery. They could build a crematorium. There's a lot here, minutia in the zoning ordinance that things could occur that we careful what you wish for. Okay, east of Stallings Road, previous proposals were for much higher density multifamily office uses, et cetera. And this is sort of cognizant to that, but lower density.
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. All right. If someone wants to get into that debate about what specifics there are, we can do that, but I just want to be cautious to the audience that you may have been hearing about density and buffers and all these kind of things. You have to be very, very, very careful. But the by right zoning has not been a friend of this board in times past because developers have gone in by right and done things. And Chris Creary knows this as well. And it's not a pleasant situation. So we need to be balancing this conversation. I will give you one good analogy is that next to post office in downtown, a developer came through here many years ago and said, I'd like to build some townhomes. Everybody freaked out, too much density. They turned it down. The developer said, that's fine. What is located next to the post office? A parking lot. So careful what you wish for. So I'm going to extend before I ask Peter any questions. If the small group of homeowner association wants to meet with me after this presentation with Peter and staff, I'll be more than happy to go through those things and see if people don't sort of have that aha moment like, man, I didn't realize this. I didn't realize that NCDOT was going to put a roundabout in, but I'm not going to see it until 2029. They're going to put a roundabout in with no road improvements or widening or offsite improvements down at Thompson Road. Again, you're limiting yourselves if we don't keep this conversation going to see what we can do. I don't know what the end product is going to be, but to sit there and say, heck no, no way, could actually damage you more down the road than you think. So we need to keep this conversation open. All right, Peter, there are 4 or 5 significant trees that are called out on the tree survey that I'll make sure that your staff is looking diligently at and trying to preserve. Okay. We talked about this before. I want to see if we're moving forward in this process, a higher level of green space connectivity. I think we've talked about that. You have a very good opportunity of using that 54 acres of open space to allow for additional greenway walkability. I don't know if you want to pull that up or something like that.
You know, I think we should go back to the plan to reference.
And that's another thing. Let's talk about, you have 54 acres of open space, 17% of tree save. Under the current plan, a developer can come in there right now and build 10%. 10% open space, 8 acres. This petitioner is offering up 54 acres of open space and green space. He's offering 7% more than the tree save capacity. Now, how many people in this room, if we start talking about cutting down trees, would absolutely go berserk? Well, under the current zoning case, they can do a lot more devastation. So let's keep that in mind as well. I have no mind turning it down and just letting the developer come in and build all Bonnet homes and tear every tree down, but I don't think that's what you want. So I want to be cognizant of that.
Commissioner Urban, two clarifications. So our team has looked at trees in the natural area, buffer areas that we can work with, including streams. And we've looked at where we can also enhance planning. And that really maybe goes to your second point, which is the idea is that, you know, if you use the multimodal trail, you've got multiple green spaces you can walk to. You stop there at the wellness center, just to the south of the center right here, a place of refuge, a place people can stop, gather, and convene in that open space. You go above that to the townhomes, another park where you've got gathering. You go to the right of there to the public park, where you've got a place to cross Stallings Road at the intersection. So you've got a place to cross here. And then if you go to the south, you'll see there's another intersection where we're proposing a signal, which would create another logical place to cross. And let's go from that intersection through the apartment community and up to the public park. So another street connection, pedestrian friendly connection to open space. And then of course the multimodal trail goes toward the existing neighborhoods to the west and to the east. So an extensive amount of connectivity between those open spaces and a lot of open space. And I think that's part of the whole community building strategy.
Let's get that mapped out, because I know you can turn the layers off and on. Let's get that mapped out so we can kind of see that. Some of the things that concern people, and it's really amazing, no one's mentioned this, and usually it's a hot button, is concern about water runoff and rainfall and things like that. Now, staff, what is our normal water retention qualification? Is it a 20-year storm? What is our normal? Dun, 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 dun.
Susan, could you approach the mic, please? We can't hear you.
Varies depending on what you're designing. So off the top of my head, I can't tell you our rainfall for their ponds that they've designed. We haven't had a pre-submittal meeting for it yet.
You still have your length to do. Okay, so my point being is that we have realized in the last series of events that have taken place in the last 2 years that the standards have been overrun, and they still may be overrun even if we increase them. But I would like to sort of sit here tonight and we've talked about this, that future projects ratcheting that bar up and increasing the impact. So if we're talking a 10-year event, I'd like to talk about a 20-year event. If we're talking a 30-year event, I'd like to talk to a 50-year event. I think that goes a long way. According to CJ, there are some very simple mitigation things that you can do to increase and improve water runoff, stormwater retention, and future problems associated with high rain instances. So I want to, when staff gets to that point, let's have that conversation. I think it's really, really important from there.
I think with my conversation with CJ, it is 10 years.
It is, so
I think so.
We definitely want to look beyond that point. We want to protect the existing infrastructure, but we want to improve the new infrastructure. Peter, you've got an agricultural component in here. We don't have to get into details tonight, but I'd like to, it's kind of tucked away off in the corner. If you're going to be promoting an agricultural component, let's see how it's integrated a little bit more throughout the town. Pocket farms, as you want to call them, are big successes. And I think you would go well just to maybe locate your agricultural farm in another location where people get better access to it. let's talk.
Commissioner Urban, we do have one of our speakers will speak to that.
Okay.
Here just shortly, so.
Okay, there's been conversation about the transit aspect of it. Of course, this is really close to 485, which is a positive. This is how you position things. But I'd like to see what kind of conversations the door can be opened up with CATS about additional bus lines, having interconnectivity to downtown here, more so than with Charlotte. So that's on the list. I think that's very important because people are going to be wanting to use the bus more.
Right. Of course, there are existing transit stops and routes along Highway 74, along Independence in that area. I don't believe there are any here now, but I have put in the request to CATS.
I mean,
to
you may
explore
find
that.
people with one car and the other spouse works downtown. We need to be examining that situation because you're talking about different lifestyle living here. Peter, we've already talked about increased landscaping along Idlewild. You've already spoke to that a little bit. I do thank you there. The one thing I will say is that you and I sort of disagree about the retail component, what the components are, but more the logistics of the positioning of them, parking and things of that nature. I'm sure staff has had some comments, so I'm sure that'll be continually worked through as well. Realizing that's a fairly significant component to this. Let me just check my notes one more time. That's all I have for you, Mr. Pappas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a few comments before people get tired and start leaving. I want to make these comments while everybody's here. So everybody that's in the room, everybody that can hear my voice that's listening online, and hopefully the media will follow up as well. And I want to touch base again on by right zoning and make sure everybody knows what that means, because I think a lot of people don't know what that means. I didn't know what it meant until I started getting involved with the town. This means that someone can come in and develop the property without any input whatsoever from the town or this elected board. So they can come in, as Commissioner Urban said, develop this property, put vinyl sided homes up, have very small setbacks. In particular, if you look at the slide that's up right now, if you look at Creekside Drive, I think this worked. There you go. I mean, that setback is off the charts. I mean, that's, how deep is that? That's like 800 feet, 900 feet of open space at the terminus of Creekside Drive. And the other road is that Springwater. The adjacent road also, look at the setback that you have with this proposal. This is developed by right. They're going to cut the trees down right up next to your property line, staying out of the swim buffer. And you're going to be seeing houses right in your backyard if you live along that section. So I just want to make you aware of that. If it's done by right, we have no ability to negotiate a village green, any kind of parks, any additional tree saves. We'll get the minimum called for in the UDO. Southwest corner, as I mentioned, is a huge tree save area. If that was by right, that would all probably have homes on it. Single family homes, believe it or not, typically tax our schools more than other types of dwellings. Most single family homes, as the name suggests, are populated with families that have young children and young drivers. And single family homes add a lot to our school system, and CMS counts more children from single family homes. I want to make sure everybody realizes that the roundabout at Davis Trace has been said a couple times tonight is going to be built whether we approve this or not. So a lot of people said, we don't want no stinking roundabout. Well, it's going to be built anyway. It's out of the control of this board. It's going to be built by NCDOT. The only difference is if it's done with this Pappas development, it will be built on, by and large, the Pappas property. If the state builds it, some of the property will be taken on each side of the road. And so Davis Trace will lose some property if the state builds it, and they're going to build it. Pappas proposal contains an affordable and attainable workforce housing component that we wouldn't get if it's done by right. Sante includes a 55 active adult component. I can tell you that if people that live in these types of properties typically are retired, and guess what? They don't go out during rush hour. Why? Because it's rush hour. They don't want to go out during rush hour, so they stay home. This is done by right. You wouldn't have that necessarily. Also does not tax our schools as much. Sante would include extensive walking trails, small park, village green, design landscaping, all that we necessarily wouldn't get. Realign Stallings Road. And while it's true public transportation is not yet on this site, it's because this doesn't exist yet. I can assure you, as I'm currently serve as the vice chair of the Metropolitan Transit Commission, And neighborhoods, after developments like this are built, come to CATS all the time and say, will you provide us bus service? And they typically do because they're looking to expand their service. It's already been mentioned, there'll be a new fire station built on Matthews Mint Hill Road, which is about a 2-minute drive from this location. So that doesn't seem to be a valid concern. And the last thing I want to say is Pappas Developments are renowned for building vibrant and high quality developments. I'm unaware of anywhere that he has built a development where Mr. Pappas has built a development where the surrounding property values decreased. To the contrary, they've substantially increased. All this being said, I'm not here cheerleading for Mr. Pappas. I'm just making you aware of what could happen. I want to make you aware of what could happen by right. I mean, seriously, be careful of the unintended consequences. You might get what you wish for. We can turn this down. They can cut almost all the trees down and just cram a bunch of houses in there, 250 to over 300. And so be careful what you wish for. The other thing I want to say is we want to hear from you. If you've already called, emailed, or texted me, I don't want to necessarily read another comment from you, but if you haven't, or if your mind has changed or not, then please text us and let us know. We don't want to vote for something that the community overwhelmingly doesn't want. But I want to make sure what you're saying, I want to make sure that you understand what you're asking for. So that being said, Mayor Pro Tem McCool, you have a comment? Question?
Yeah, I had a question about the grocery store. It seems to be a hot button issue. Is there a amount of traffic that causes having a grocery store? Do we have that like a baseline information of a grocery store of this size of what the traffic would be on the public right of way? How many cars in and out?
Yes, we have that information as part of the TIA, the transportation study, and Brady from Kimley Horn could speak to that if you'd like.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. So based on ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers, a grocery store of that size generates 362 AM trips and 489 PM trips. And that's both in and out combined.
Thank you. And in comparison to what a let's say like a housing dwelling or an apartment complex, what is that in comparison to that? How much is the difference between an apartment building and a grocery store?
Your residential dwellings are based off of unit counts.
Mm-hmm.
So, kind of hard to compare your unit counts versus square footage of your grocery store, but do we have any idea how many homes we could fit within 54,000 square feet? Basically one dwelling unit, single family, it's usually about one trip during the peak hour on average.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Brady Finkley with Kimley Horn.
Follow up,
Commissioner Urban.
follow up on the transportation.
One other, I'm sorry.
Hold on, let me just follow up on the transportation question because there's some confusion. So we have, you kindly, someone kindly answered a series of questions of mine. Can you speak to the traffic counts on East John Street, Fullwood, Sardis Road, and Sam Newell Road in comparison to this road?
Yes, do we have those counts with us?
I don't. Brady provided those numbers that was in the information that we sent back to you.
Yes, and as it stands right now, do you know, so according to this, there was a peak hour westbound and eastbound, whether it was AM or PM, was showing about 725 vehicles AM and 725 PM. That's the westbound. Eastbound was 550 and 800. But the numbers you gave me for things like East John Street were 1,400, Fullwood 900, Sardis 900, and Sam Newell 850. So the closest one by comparison is basically my street at 850 on Sam Newell, but all the other ones are clearly much higher.
That's correct.
And then you came in, I asked what the expected increase of traffic counts would be, and you said, and it was westbound 150 AM 175 PM, eastbound 270 AM 270, And then my understanding is you add that together. But yet when you add that together, you're still not striking at some of the lowest numbers on the other roads.
That's correct.
Okay. I know it's an emotional thing. People think that their road is the worst in the area, but this one is not compared to the other ones. But the other problem is, tell me this, in your professional opinion, if you were to widen this thing 4 lanes all the way, are you increasing traffic, or are you forcing traffic to deter and stabilizing things?
Yes, within our industry, there's a thought of if you build it, they will come. And so if you do widen Idlewild Road all the way, let's say from 51 to I-45, you would increase traffic volumes along there. And so by reducing the capacity, it also forces traffic to use other routes.
So there's this probably a bell curve in which if you don't do anything, it peaks and it starts going the other way. But if you were riding to 4 lanes, it's just going to keep on going. Is that
That's correct. Yeah, think of it like water in a pipe. So if you constrained water in a pipe, you can only put so much in there to a certain degree. If you widen out that pipe even further, now you can fit a lot more water through there within the peak hours.
And to your point, Mr. Mayor, though, NCODOT is only doing a roundabout.
Right.
Period.
That's correct. At this time, that's right.
No widening to the roundabout, no turn lane past the roundabout, no help at Thompson Road. Okay. All right.
And Commissioner, I would also add a point to that is their plan, because they do not control the property that Pappas controls. Their plan would be to have the roundabout at Hooks, which was the previous plan for the STEP project.
So
it would be, which is what we heard from the community that they did not want. They wanted that Davis, further away.
Okay, so follow. So if it's Hooks, then a person in Davis Trace has to turn left into left into traffic. People in Barney Court have to turn.
Davis Trace, their traffic would their access would be modified. They would not be able to turn left out anymore. So they would have to go up to Nancy Ruth, come around.
Oh, they do one of those turnaround things.
Come through, yeah, and go.
Would that be the case for Barney Court, Barney as well?
There might be enough separation there where that wouldn't be modified, but that would be a detail to be worked out.
So in your professional opinion, then the Hook Road one really is making more of a mess than.
Yeah, this is a better plan for a couple of reasons. One, it's right in between. So if you're coming, let's say from 485 west, you've got Hooks, you have Davis Trace, and then you also have Barney. So you have 3. The roundabout plan right now puts that right in the center. So it sort of co-locates those. It also gives you further separation away from 485. The closer we get our major intersection, the roundabout to 485, the more likelihood we could have traffic problems with queuing in between. So this plan gets it further away from 485 than what NCDOT's plan would.
Okay, and then as part of your improvements, you were dealing with something at Barney to help get folks in and out. You had a 3rd lane.
That's correct.
And then at Thompson Road, you were modifying that intersection in which to allow turn lanes so traffic didn't stop. Is that correct?
That's correct. So at Thompson, as you know, it kind of comes in at an acute angle, has for as long as it's been there. So we would realign it to make it a little bit more closer to 90 degrees to improve the safety. Also add a turn lane coming off of Thompson to turn onto Idlewild, as well as if you're coming from uptown, the left turn lane to turn onto Thompson. So 2 turn lanes added and to realign it to make it more safer.
And is the current problem they have on Iowa Road more because they can't get turn traffic out of that lane and it's backing up because of it?
That's correct. So yeah, so when you have a lot of left turn traffic onto Thompson, and that's growing as traffic up to Lawyers Road increases, you create more of an issue when you have a combined lane. So by creating a separate left turn lane, it improves safety and operations.
So even if this project wasn't there, those simple adjustments that NCDOT is not going to do is always going to, it always is what it's going to be, period.
There's no other funding for those.
Okay, thank you.
That's a question of Susan Abena-Willard. I believe you and I discussed that DOT had at least discussions about moving it to Davis Trace anyway, correct?
The DOT is supportive of moving it to Davis Trace, but it is contingent on the donation of the right of way through these parcels.
All right. But in any event, a roundabout will be built in that general area. Okay. Are there other questions from the elected officials? How about the planning board? Howie,
I've got 3 questions.
can you go to the mic?
Aspect, if I could.
Get a mic, please.
All right, the affordability aspect that you just raised, as I understand it, you are offering 9 townhomes at 60 to 100% of the AMI, annual monthly income, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you're selling these at 100%, how is that affordable housing? If your buyers are 100% AMI, how does that constitute affordable housing? Maybe I'm missing something here. But my thought was, if you're going to sell them as affordable, you should sell them at 60%, not at 60% or higher. The second thing I'd like to say to you deals with the apartments. You're offering 5% of those for 15 years at 80% AMI. That's 13 units. Our plan suggests 10% affordable. That's a plan. But even if we go to 5% affordable of 570 units as you've reconfigured it, that would be 28 units total affordable. You're offering with the townhomes, and I thank you for offering those 9, you're offering another 13 for 22 total. By my math, I think you're 6 units short at minimum. And I suggest you look at some of those duplex housing to do it. I'd also suggest, given that you've mentioned 60% AMI here is a $60,000 annual salary, that an 80% AMI on the rentals and is maybe too high. I'd ask you to give some serious consideration to a 60% AMI for the sales and across the board. And if I misunderstood what you put out there, please correct me. I just want to be sure I understand where you're coming from.
No, you understand the commitments. I think from our side, we have significantly thought about this entire program, including the overall master plan. We've thought about all the commitments that we've made, whether it's infrastructure improvements, open space, architectural standards. Really, it's kind of a holistic approach to providing and building a community here. And something that we have talked about and are willing to consider and work through over the next, couple of weeks, 30 days, is providing on the for sale side, providing 2 of those units at 60% AMI and committing to that in writing. And then also 2 of those units at 80% AMI and committing to that in writing. So that would be 2 units at 60% AMI on the for sale component, and then 2 units at 80% AMI, and then the rest of them, which would be 5 at 100% of AMI.
So basically, you're only offering really 4 units for sale at below AMI. That's the realistic. If you're selling them at 100%, that's not affordable.
Of the area median income.
Right.
Yes.
But if you're selling them at 100%, that's not affordable housing per se. You're offering 2 at 60, 2 at 80. So you're really only offering 4 of the townhomes for sale below market. And maybe I misunderstand it, but that's how it seems to me.
Well, I think you're right about affordable there, but the 5 that are at 100% are attainable because we're donating the land and the site work, and those units also have access to the wellness center. So that's a direct subsidy of $85,000 to each of those units. So they're offered at a much lower price point than they could be on the open market. Right. So I think what your point is well made, though, and certainly respect that perspective. I do think that the 85% subsidy in itself makes them more attainable for someone who's at 100%.
I'd ask you to reconsider giving 5% at true affordable, as opposed to, we can argue about your numbers, but your 5% is only 5% of the apartments, not 5% of the units. And that's where I'm having a problem. I just want to share that with you.
Thank you. We'll consider that.
Any other comments from the planning board? Questions? All right, we're going to move into public comment for those in the room. Again, if you've already spoken on this zoning application, you're going to not be able to speak again. However, you can email your comments to matthews@matthewsnc.gov. And they will be a permanent part of the record for the zoning hearing. So we'll start out for the first person that I have signed up today is Mr. Brandon Mills. Mr. Mills here. There you are. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brandon Mills. My address is 407 Main Street here in Matthews. I'm actually here to speak on behalf of the Matthews Chamber. I'm the current vice president for the Matthews Chamber. We've gone through a lot of meetings with this about this particular plan. The vision of the Matthews Chamber is specifically commerce. We focus on businesses and advancement and economic growth. This plan does propose in Sante Matthews does propose to provide residential units to assist in housing for those that do work in our businesses here in Matthews. Additionally, the proposed retail and office space does allow for business growth to take place here in the Matthews area rather than those businesses relocating elsewhere into the greater Charlotte area. This plan has also taken into consideration and the ability not of just large retailers, but also small businesses. They have added a cost-effective area for part-time retailers or startup businesses. Me having a startup business at one point would have been huge, being able to go out there and see if my model was successful. So given the opportunities that this project has afforded and the area that it encompasses here, the Matthews Chamber does support this project as it currently sits. So I just wanted to be able to say that on behalf of our chamber. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Mill. Next person we had signed up was Pam Phillips, but Ms. Phillips, you've already spoken, so we'll move on to Tyler Howard. We have a Tyler Howard here. Okay. Next, we have Steve Sanders.
Hello, Steve Sanders, and my address is 2220 Providence Canyon Drive in Charlotte. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to speak. I am one of the property owners out at where the Sante project is being proposed. My family's owned the land for about 20 years there. When we first bought that land, I was just barely in my 30s, which seems like forever ago. And my first child was a newborn, and she's now in college. So we've been long committed to this site and have a deep connection with this land and with Matthews. Our kids have gone to school in Matthews. We do everything that we do in Matthews, from sports to shop, you name it. So we have a deep connection with Matthews and really want to see this site developed in a way that is the best thing possible for the community. And we have had many people come to us over the years. And like I said, it's been a long time, but builders who want to put in single family homes, and I know the type of builders they are, and I've rejected their proposals or their offers because they were going to come in and clear cut the site and put up just a bunch of vinyl sided homes. That's unfortunately, whenever a site is kind of located next to an interchange like this, that's the kind of housing that gets put into this type of location, unless you have a master plan like Sante. And this is just, for us, we are just so thrilled about this. I know many other people in this community participated in the small area plan process. I was there with other community members. I was there with other town leaders, the planning staff, and we all gave our input about what this intersection and this area could look like. And I am amazed at how precisely this plan matches up with what was voted on and approved by the town as the right vision for this site. So I just want to say that I am happy that we waited, and I'm happy that we didn't move forward with someone who had proposed plans to us earlier. And I think this will be a great project. It matches up with what's already been approved. So many people have voted in favor of it. And I think that I ask for you to support it going forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Next up, we have Jessica Tuller. Ms. Tuller, you here?
Well, I don't know how I got signed up, but hey, y'all. I'm Jessica Taylor. I reside at 2013 Coastal Lane in Stallings. I'm the executive director here at the Matthews Chamber of Commerce. I'm also in support of this project. I've met with FAPA several times for the last couple of months. I feel like they've really listened to the needs that we've wanted. I was a big proponent of pushing the small business and giving a short-term lease option for startup businesses. I think that's something that's really needed here in the Matthews area, working with a lot of our small business owners. I think they've done a really good job in matching the Eastern Gateway Plan, and I just want to support it as well.
Thank you, Ms. Toller. Next up, we have Trey Hendricks.
Good evening. My name is Trey Hendrick. I reside at 2300 Kimway Drive. As a property owner in Matthews, coming up on 6 years now, I'm also, have a couple kids, one on the way. I do want to express my support for this project, the Sante Matthews project. I've seen a lot of growth in Matthews in my 6 years, and I know there's probably people here who've been here much longer than me. But I believe this development would fit well in the town. I think it offers a modern mix of uses with a unique design and architectural features that fit well. I feel strongly that a mix of retail and residential is important to complete our community. I also think that providing more of these options in the eastern part of Matthews will reduce traffic, even in some areas, as discussed earlier, that are pretty heavily trafficked at this moment. I think having the opportunity to travel to a short distance, especially as my kids grow up, they don't have to go outside of Matthews. They can go down the street, go to a place where they can go on trails, a place where they can go and eat food safely. And enjoy that. They don't have to go to Waverly or South Park or South End or any other areas of that nature is comforting as a dad. So I do think, based on my professional experience as an engineer, I do think that the roundabout and the improvements on the transportation side would be beneficial to the area. I think having the opportunity to control it, as you guys have mentioned before, rather than just completely relying on the DOT is very beneficial and helpful, especially as someone who has to deal with the DOT a lot. So yeah. And lastly, just, as someone else mentioned, my kids, go to school in Matthews. My family's been here for 6 years. I plan on raising them here for a long time as we greatly enjoy this area. I do think this would be a benefit to our town. And thank you guys for the time. Appreciate it.
For the record, your last name is Hendrick?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we had a Trey Hendricks as well, so I don't know if that's.
Okay, yeah, Trey Hendrick.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry if I stepped in front of everybody.
Moving on, Zach Wyatt.
Zach White from the Farm Trust and live in Cornelius. And like a lot of you, there's a lot of projects in Cornelius that are similar to this. It does speak to me. I mean, Alexander Farm is right down the street and I always have a heartache over it. But the urban sprawl is real. We are losing our farmland faster than you can even imagine. And we have density like this along 45. It's unfortunate, but we have to kind of rethink that. And that's kind of the perspective that I would like you guys to think about, and especially Mayor Higdon and the commissioners. We've been working with Papa's property the last couple of weeks, really talking about urban agriculture. And I'm glad to kind of see that conversation is continuing to evolve, and hopefully with this project and some other projects we're working with Pappas. But also we encourage all of you to really eat the project that comes before you. Urban agriculture is critical. Systems tonight.
Thank you. The next two that we had signed up had previously spoken, Clay Gilliam and Tony Williamson. So we'll move on to Bob Fessler.
May I approach the board? So for the record, my name is Bob Fessler. I live at 3201 Windrow Lane. I've been a resident of the area for 35 plus years. I've spoken at many of these council meetings. What I've handed you is a 2-pager, basically with a grab you statement on the front side, and then some details that I'd like to address as we go forward and talking through these things. I know I only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to talk quickly. So the detrimental impact, at least for what I see, and I do have to say that some of the ideas and things that were talked about today sound better than they did originally. But there's still a lot of work, I think, to be done here. I don't totally support a scare tactic of saying to people, basically take the worst case, take this now or we might get something worse. I mean, I don't believe that that's a good way to do thoughtful development. Understand that that can happen, but I could die while I'm standing here talking too. So it could really happen. Impact to mobility. So we've talked a lot about, obviously through all these meetings, what it really is. It's still not fully solution. So I understand that the donation of the land by Pappas Properties is significant, but it doesn't overall address the traffic that if you live in the area, what we see real and every day. So I was a runner. I'm still a walker because I'm an old guy. I cross Ottawa Road every day. I stand, and I'm pretty quick still. I stand for 10 minutes just to try and cross that street with my wife. You know, kind of as the additional traffic, it just exacerbates the area problems. So I understand we're solutioning for sanitary properties, but it doesn't address any of the support systems or infrastructure that are around it. They're already overtaxed. Most people who live in our area, although, you know, not everyone's lived there as long, we all realize the problems that we've had in the past. I agree it might be better for that area, but that area wasn't there before. So we weren't dealing with those types of problems before. And now basically they're saying, well, we'll solution this. We're going to add a bunch of traffic to your area. But it'll only help us down at our end. We're not going to do anything to the overflow traffic. You know, as it says on the front, you know, not everybody in the audience got this. Don't let our neighborhood become a 485 highway off-ramp and service center. I do believe that, you know, although there is some benefit to the people who might live in the general area, you're going to draw in more transient people that are just saying, hey, we're just going to jump on here. We'll get off here. We'll add volumes of traffic. And it's just going to exacerbate the traffic problems. So really widening, I know we've heard the funnel kind of analogy for how the water is going to, you know, if we keep it narrow, it will be, you know, constrained and people will go elsewhere. Well, there is no elsewhere. It ties back to the already overtaxed infrastructure of other roads. So where are they going to go? They don't have an option. So I get the analogy, but I don't think it's suitable for this particular argument. And I think overall it's tone deaf. What we've been presented here adds elements of the plan back in, you know, so it's almost, it's kind of find the hidden P. So we'll give you this, but we've changed this over here again. You know, I totally support affordable housing. It's part of my job as an HR professional. I've been with a company I've been with for 40 years. So I totally support that, but I also think bringing out personas that say, oh, our firemen, oh, our policemen, oh, the teacher. I think that's unfair because there's other people that could also utilize this housing and just kind of, it's almost like we should play music when they do that part of their presentation, because it really is trying to pull at the heartstrings, right? And so we're not supposed to be emotional when we're up here speaking. I think that's an unfair way to sway the judgment and decisions of the board by just, identifying that component. And like I said, it's really changing the name of something, doesn't change the intent. So, we've talked about different ways to move the puzzle pieces around. At the end of the day, we're still talking about high density here. Although, Mr. Tofano, and if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, Tofano, we're not really supposed to talk about rental versus owned houses, but that's really what our problem is, an objection, because that's a core element to why we object to this being developed in our area. And I know we've listened to studies from experts, although they're not necessarily our experts, they're the Pappas property experts on the number of children that it adds to the local schools. Our schools are really overcrowded. My wife worked in the school system for over 15 years. Taxes are already strained school system and bus transportation. Was that a ding for me, or was that somebody's phone? And it really increases the amount of parents that drive, because now we're talking about adding more buses to the already taxed infrastructure, which means parents are, we know all around CMS people drive. And so that's going to add that. And then I think one of the biggest things here is the rezoning setbacks. So we're changing setbacks, we're changing property sizes. And although I appreciate, the green areas, and I'm not saying that shouldn't be developed, because we can't just say here, hey, we've lived in the area, we want it to remain this pristine place, right? So I get all that, but we need thoughtful development here. And I think this is a shot toward it, but I think there is definitely some room for still more negotiations to really help this be something that fits with the community. I understand the traffic studies and the comparisons to what we have now versus other areas, but I also think that those other areas were developed without any constraints. And so basically, if you come back to this area 5 years from now, I think our numbers are going to more resemble those areas that were called out than what they are now, right? Because we're adding things here. So obviously our numbers are going to go up. So, and I'd just like to react a little bit to some of the things that were in the presentation. I don't know how I'm doing for time here. I'd like to understand who supports a grocery store. And when we say grocery store, are we talking about a high-end grocery store? Could we possibly be talking about a retail center like Walmart or something like that? Since we don't have a committed buyer to that property, who is that going to be? We talked about people on Light Brigade Drive who support this new program and plan. I've never met anybody on Light Brigade that supports it. I don't know who that person is. I'd like to meet them and discuss it with them, because I don't know. I think that ties back to the where we thought the study overall was flawed. I was part of that Eastern Gateway plan. I was the resident person who was on that, sometimes unwelcome, because I had opinions about what I thought it should be for the area. And I spent a lot of time. I helped organize the things that we had at the Windrow Clubhouse. I was very involved. But what I saw as part of that committee, and then what I saw as a result of the study, they didn't match. It was like you went into a dark corner and did a statistical, I can make stats say anything. So I'm going to take your 15 comments. I'm going to extrapolate that they really meant this. I'm going to not take into consideration all the other comments. I'm just going to cherry pick the ones I want. So I think there's a lot of things that need to be done here. And then I guess my last thing is, can you define for me what a 55 plus community is? Active adult community. Does that mean that that's regulated to only 55-year-old plus people? Or is it kind of a recommendation? Because if those properties don't get rented, are you going to say, well, nobody 55-year-old wanted them, we're just going to let them sit vacant? So what is, and I think it should be put in, what is the policy then for somebody who's 55 and over plus for this community? We could have anybody coming into those. So I guess I'm feel better. I know what I was asked to kind of drive home here, but I do have to be honest. I do feel better, but I think there's still work to be done here. So I'm asking that the council not approve the proposal as submitted at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fessler, and we will give Mr. Pappas and his team an opportunity to respond to the question that you asked at the end. Next up is Michael O'Connor.
Hey, good evening, and thank you for this time. Mr. Fessler, you are the greatest voice of reason in this entire meeting. I appreciate your objectivity. I've been taking a lot of notes, and I'm going to try to be brief and only hit points that are either reinforcement of things I heard or some new items. But I'm Michael O'Connor. I'm at 16024 Clear Creek Farm Road. I'm in the new Epcon community on Hooks Road and Idlewild Road, 55 and older. Some of my opinions that I share will not be popular with some of my new neighbors, but I am part of the problem. I've been in the community for 3 months. I'm not from North Carolina originally, but we're very proud to have raised our family here and lived here the last 20 years, the majority of which were in Matthews. That middle 7 years was at Providence and Audrey Kell at a place that now is called Waverly. And I very much understand urban growth and congestion and what's happening in a very desirable city. For the longest time, Charlotte's been one of the most fastest growing cities in the entire nation. And with that, we can expect some growth. Prior to living here, I owned homes in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and we didn't talk about master planned anything. We didn't talk about zoning, and I wasn't worried about land development increasing my property value. So there are good things here. And I think what Mr. Fester brought up is if we could just work a little harder in partnership and find some good compromises, there's a win for everybody. I own a business. I don't expect the Pappas organization to be doing this as a charitable gift to all of us. They deserve to do their good work and do it well. And if you look at a lot of the properties they advertise on their website, they do really beautiful work. This is just awesome what we have in architectural rendering. But I do share a couple of concerns. Density. I've heard all these numbers. Frankly, I'm a little bit confused, but the density still seems like it might be pretty intense. My math must be off, but if I'm hearing 82 acres and if I'm hearing 570 residences, even without the parking and the public spaces and the businesses and all that, we're still talking about what I think is 5 families per acre or 7 families per acre. It still seems awfully dense. My wife was part of the CMS school system for 7 years. I'm sorry, 17 years. I don't understand this math, but if we have 570 residences and we're expecting 136 students as a result of those, we're saying that just an average of 1 student for every 4 households. So if that math is correct, I'll just need to trust you, but I just think it might be worth a double check and a scrutiny because the impact on the schools needs to be brought into this plan. Interesting dialogue about grocery stores. I'm new here, but there's like 4 within 10 minutes of me. I don't quite understand what the big challenge is. Well, Harris Teeter, Food Lion, Publix, Aldi, and I'm sure there's others I haven't found yet. So I would just like us to continue to get the dialogue off and see if we could work in partnership and see if we could come up with something going. Lastly, I don't understand, but I was intrigued with the whole road lanes and the funnel analogy. I'm not an engineer, but I found it intriguing. But I do travel 485 like many of you do, and there's a place where it goes from 5 lanes to 2 lanes, and it sucks. And so whatever that is. And so I appreciate that if we widen all of Idlewild Road to the traffic circle at 51, it's going to create a new corridor for people. But if we don't take it a little bit further, it's all going to get congested at Hooks Road where I live. So if we can be mindful of that. In closing, this makes so much sense to me, and I just hope we could take it into consideration. With all the infrastructure planning, with the roads, with the 485, with the traffic circle, it would be so awesome if we could get that stuff done first before we issue certificates of occupancy for any of the dwellings. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Next up, I believe it's David Horn. Is that right? Hurl. Sorry, couldn't read your last name there.
Yes, David Hurl, 15117 Sustar Farm Drive. I'm a neighbor of Mr. O'Connor who just spoke. I'm going to iterate just a little of what he said. My big concern, it's the beautiful plan. I mean, it looks great. Big concern is density and traffic. My wife and I spent a year in Waverly before moving to our house, and the traffic there, I would be really interesting to see what the studies show the traffic impact would be versus what it is now. I was at the Lifetime Health Spa till 5 o'clock tonight. When I left there, made a left turn on Providence, the traffic was backed up southbound, a half mile for cars trying to get into the Waverly Shopping Center and housing area. And it just backs up to 45 all the time. And one of the dreads my wife and I had was crossing Providence Road because you said the traffic light for 2 or 3 spins to get across. So again, the density is the big concern. Right now, my wife and I will go, say, to Costco or to Lowe's or whatever. And coming back, the traffic at the Mint Hill, the Matthews, Matthews Pineville Road, where the circle is, where Idlewild, the circle on Idlewild, going east, it backs up for a mile right now. I mean, you can sit there for, you're crawling at 25 miles an hour on a Saturday. What is all this increase in housing going to do to that? Likewise, going north, when you're going north on Idlewild and you go to the roundabout, that roundabout can only accommodate so much traffic. I mean, you could make it 8 lanes, but when you get to the roundabout, only so many cars can go around. So the traffic jams are going to propagate back. The other concern is if you're on the outer 485 outer and you get off at Idlewild Road, you have to sit at a traffic light and make a left turn. And that backs up now. Today, with just the existing traffic, it backs up. So you can't, I mean, they try to work the light, but if they give the exit from 45 more time, then it backs up on Idlewild. If they do it the other way, so there's only so much traffic that can get through there. And so that, again, the big concern is, am I going to sit at the light or am I going to be seen on the shoulder on 45? I just would like to leave one comment to everyone here. Go down to Providence, go down to Waverly on a weeknight, a week afternoon, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Go to the Starbucks and look at the traffic. It is horrific. It is just horrific. I can't imagine what those people go through. So it'd be interesting to see what those studies were. That's my big concern. Is it going to be Waverly again? Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Hurl. We had Mr. Query up next, but he has already spoken, so we will move on to Leroy Flowers.
I can tell you right up front, I'm not an eloquent speaker like some people, but I am a resident and I do live off of Stallings near Light Brigade. So whoever said that they didn't know anyone that lived in Light Brigade, that's me. I live off of that road. And I am for this project. So let's get that on the record. And I do support it. And the reason why, just to tell you about, I live on Palmer Lane. And the reason I support this project, when I first moved back to North Carolina after serving in the military, my wife wanted to live near water, so we ended up living up in Lake Norman, off of Catawba. Well, actually, Jeton, which is off of Catawba. And everybody knows the traffic on 77. And this was before the toll road. So we moved here in 2008 when we relocated back to North Carolina. And then she said, we want to move somewhere rural. So Matthews was a place that we started looking. We looked at Ballantyne, we looked at the areas near Waverly, Providence. Matthews was the place that I always wanted to be, because when I was growing up in North Carolina, that was a place I always tried to get my mom to move back in like 1984. And that was when Eastland Mall was open. My mom was a cosmetologist and I wanted her to work there at the mall. I just envisioned myself living here, and we never did that. So I fulfilled my childhood dream by moving back here from Florida to North Carolina and living in Matthews. And I worked in Florida I worked with a developer as a purchasing agent. So I thank Papas for what they're doing, because in Florida, we don't have these meetings. Developers in Florida do not go out and try to figure out what communities want. If they got the property, they're going to build what they want to build. And this company has went, I think, above and beyond to change these drawings. I've even reached out to them once I found out there was people speaking up in our community that doesn't live close to Stallings. I live at Stallings. And I mean, I can see the benefit of this. I mean, I'm the person that would go to that grocery store, because I don't want to drive across to Union County, to Stallings, to go to Harris Teeter when they got development that's about to take place around at Harris Teeter. So I have to go out, put on clothes, get in my car, drive out Idlewild to go over to Harris Teeter and sit at that one traffic light to wait to get back home, when I can have a grocery store right up the street from my house that I can just walk with my neighbor up to the store. I'll ride my bike, because I like to get out. I ride trails. I do mountain bikes. I love North Carolina for all the trails we have. And I like to walk, and I like to communicate with my neighbors. And there are people in my neighborhood, on my street, that are for this project. They just do not want to get caught up in the negativity of being talked about, because so many people are against it. And I'm just saying, some of the issues I hear people talking about with road, a lot of these things doesn't have anything to do with these commissioners and the mayor here in Matthews. Your DOT has a problem. And I just found that out when I got here. I'd never seen a DOT move so slow. They're still running on a schedule that's not keeping up with the density and the growth of this city. And another thing, Mr. Urban, I hope I got your name right. You talked about my greatest fear. There's something coming there at the top of my neighborhood where there's no retail. There's nothing for me as a neighbor. I have to drive past all these homes that you're talking about, or the cemetery, or whatever that goes up, to drive to Mint Hill to go to Publix, or to come all the way over here, because I like Publix, because I'm from Florida. Well, I lived in Florida for 20 years. I say it that way. But to drive to Matthews to a Publix, or to go to the Harris Teeter off of Lawyers, or the one right down the street from me in Stallings. But to have that grocery store there, I can guarantee you I will be one driver that's not going out on the road. I mean, if I'm grilling in my backyard, I can just ride my bike up there to the top of the hill and just pick up whatever I need and just ride right back home while the grill is still running. And I talk to my neighbors. And I talk to my neighbors, for example, about, once we finish doing work in the yard, it'd be nice to be able to walk up the street and just go sit down and have dinner with our families. I mean, that type of relationship in my neighborhood, I mean, you can't buy that. And right now I just wave at people that, when I'm cutting grass or something, because I like to get out and cut my grass. I like to be in my yard. And I just wave at people walking the dog or just passing by. But it's not a community. We wave when I'm driving in and out the neighborhood. Some people that live on the other side of Windrow Estates, which is probably here, I probably never met before, because, I don't normally go out that way. We got 4 exits in our neighborhood. So if you don't want to come to Stallings to get up to Idlewild, you don't have to go that way. There's other ways to go out. You can take Phillips. There's 2 exits right there on Idlewild. So it's not going to impede anyone living in the neighborhood. I don't understand that. Well, I mean, you can say everybody has their opinion, sir. But I just want to say this, though. I wrote down some things that I wanted to mention here. I also worked as a fire and risk safety manager for Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, and I did it for 10 years and 6 months. I moved here in 2008 when my company I worked with in Florida, the real estate market crashed, and our company kind of like started giving out pink slips. So I relocated. I figured that's a good time to come back home. So I moved back here. But while I was working at CMS, there were some things that I tried to bring. You know, I hear people talk about Butler High School and the pressure being put on Butler. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm probably gonna get in trouble for saying it, but there's property right beside Butler High School that I tried for like 8 years to get the district to buy, because they cannot expand that football field behind Butler High School without having another right of way to get people out for egress. No one would listen. It fell on deaf ears. And now the property is being developed, which I'm sure you all know about. But, you know, Butler High School has the smallest football field in our district. And this is talking about a championship school. I know we're not talking about football, but I'm just giving you a sense of what it feels like when people do not react to something and take advantage of the opportunities that are here. When you miss out on that opportunity, now what you got to do? So I'm just saying, in my neighborhood, I welcome the project. I can't wait to meet the new neighbors. And I just hope that people would look at this as an active community for us to walk Papa's property. I forgot to mention this. I was the one that requested that they run the road project all the way down to Light Brigade. And they sent me a letter of commitment proving that they would do that. So I know I'm probably gonna irritate some people that live in my community, but here's their commitment. Because I wanted a way to be able to walk with my family and walk with my neighbors to go out one night so we don't have to drive nowhere and get into that traffic density out there. And just go out and sit down and have dinner on a nice, beautiful spring night and walk back home and have lighting and, that type of security and safety to do so without getting hit by cars or walking through that current strip right now where you got fallen tree limbs all over the place. I mean, it's a mess over there. But I just wanted to say that I know my time is being gone, but I do think that this is a good project. I support it. I know some people can't see it right now, but I think in the future, they will be happy if you made the decision to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Next, we had Dan Bratmeyer. He spoke previously, and I've also spoke to him on the phone a few times. So do we have anybody else that's here that would like to speak in favor or against? Is there? Is that Spiro Nixon?
Good evening. My name is Spiro Dixon. I live at 1510 Kirkbridge Court in Brightmoor community. Mr. Mayor, Town Council, thank you for letting me speak to y'all tonight. I walked into this as a fact finding, and the town, the group here put together a Greenway plan. As far as I'm looking at this, the Pappas group has pretty much followed what y'all requested. Look at it. The only thing y'all are, what I'm hearing you're upset about is a grocery store. Really? It's, hey, take into consideration if you have another developer walk in, doesn't even have to come here and present it. They've already told you that. They don't have to present a thing. They can come there, strip the land and do what they want. Believe me, I have lived in this area for 62 years. I have watched what has gone in the town of Matthews. I played football at that little ball field over there. My parents drove me all the way from Charlotte. 51, I remember it being a packed gravel road. Most of y'all won't even know what I'm talking about. And that started at Carmel Road, and it didn't turn into a paved road till you got to Providence. That was all farmland. I hunted that land. I hunted the land out here. So what y'all are complaining about is a grocery store. You don't know what kind of grocery store it's going to be. Hey, suppose it's an Earth Fair. I don't think Walmart, knowing the business that I'm in, Walmart wouldn't even touch that. There's not enough around there for them. It's going to be a smaller scale grocery store. But you're talking about taking away people's possible livelihood. They want to open up a shop that's close by, a restaurant, something you can walk into. You're giving walking trails. You're talking about traffic. You better go. I tell you what, best thing you can do is get on Highway 51 at 6 o'clock in the morning. You want to know about traffic? I go to work at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I know what traffic is. While most of y'all are sleeping, I'm at work in the morning. So look at this project. Tell me what you see wrong, and I'll show you 10 things that are even better than what you say. It doesn't matter where I'm sitting.
And we're not having a dialogue, please. Let's just make your comment, sir.
Everything that I see on here is perfect. It matches the Greenway, their plan. The plan that this town put in place is sitting right there. The only thing that's not up there is your complaining. You've got all this green space. Their plan didn't even have the green space. Look at it. Put both of them up there side by side. Look at his green space versus what they have for green space. This is the perfect plan for this area, because what's going to happen is it's going to happen with another developer coming in here and saying, well, they turned it down. We don't have to go to them. Then what are you going to do? So I appreciate your time, but what I'm seeing here matches what your vision is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. Would anybody else in the room care to speak for or against this rezoning proposal? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Chrissy Merritt, and I live on 1901 Light Brigade Drive. That is right on Stallings and Light Brigade. And I know just about everyone that lives on Light Brigade. Most of them signed the petition with me against this project. So I was very surprised when it was said that I have my neighbor here that lives across the street from me right there. We are very concerned about the project, the traffic. We have a lot of people that, you know, they drive through going down Stallings to cut through from the interstate. And a lot of times they miss Phillips Road and they use our, you know, driveways as a turnaround. So with this amount of traffic, we are very concerned. And I was very surprised that an approval for, you know, more traffic to come through with the trail, just because I know just about everyone on Idlewild and we're all against it. So that being said, the other part is I help a lot of buyers. I am a realtor in Matthews, and there are so many people looking for homes. Like, to have a home, you know, is the hope for most people. And I just see a lot of apartments and rentals going up in the market. We've struggled a lot with corporations owning and buying out all the homes and renting them. And I can tell you that we don't need more rentals. You know, we have rentals, there's land all up Stallings Road that has not developed yet. And each time it is developed, it is, you know, developed in dense housing. I know a lot of first-time home buyers that would love, I have lots of buyers that would love for some single-family homes there. I would like to see it all be available for someone to purchase and not rent. We have tons of apartments over by Butler, all through Matthews, where people can rent. There's plenty of rentals, but we need more homes. And it was said, you know, prior to this, with the previous mayor, that we would have single family homes there. I would love to see service people get a discount and, or, you know, to make it more affordable for them. That does not bother me at all. I think that's great. But in regards to rentals and condensed housing,
I do not agree. When the gentleman was talking about Waverly, also keep in mind that's a 2-lane or more. I think it's 4 or 3 now. You know, so that's not, we're not talking about widening the roads. We have developments happening on the other side. We don't know what zoning that's going to be. And then across the way from Stallings, the Harris Teeter that we have is very close. It takes less than 5 minutes to get there. So I don't believe we need another grocery store. So thanks.
Okay. We appreciate those comments, sir. Please approach the podium. If you'd like to speak for or against this, and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me speak. My name is Dan Vogel. I'm from 15021 Ron Allen Court, so I'm off of Davis Trace. I am a new resident, sorry. But that said, I'd like to tell you a little of my background so I can explain my comments. And before that, I agree with a lot of what was said. I disagree with many things that were said. I am concerned about traffic. I'm not going to go there tonight. I'm not a traffic expert. I grew up in Western Ohio. I'm an Eagle Scout. I ended up in the Northeast to go to college on full scholarship, grad school, National Science Foundation fellowship. Still had to work. Trust me, they don't cover the bills. As I said, I'm an Eagle Scout. I got out of school, got married, ended up staying in the Northeast because that's where the jobs were. Finally got down here back in October. I have a year-old grandson. I'm so happy to be here. But let me explain some experiences. I got out of college, got married, formed roots. I became a member of a church on the mission committee. I became a scoutmaster, assistant scoutmaster, a council leader, a council trainer. I helped with other troops. I became a Mason. I helped with raising money for the town, with the town. We held car shows. We raised over $400,000 for the community, veterans organizations, and children's hospitals. I did all this, and I have an experience that I witnessed to relate. You see, the first town I was in was quite a well-to-do town, white collar. It was also a pass-through town. Over half the houses were leased to corporations for executives moving through. This made the scoutmasters in the Boy Scouts start referring to BSA as Babysitters of America. These people in the leases and rentals had no community spirit, no connection to the community. They were there temporarily and gone. They never got involved. They never helped. Yes, there were a couple exceptions, I'm sure, but that was my experience across all those years in that town. I ended up on the side of mountains with kids getting injured, and I couldn't get them to medical use, to medical support, because the parents didn't show up. They didn't care. They didn't provide an emergency cell phone that they were going to be at. This frustrates me. I like community involvement. I moved to a blue-collar town for the last 12 years. We had huge involvement, mostly from homeowners. So that gets to my point. The extremely high percentage of rental units is, in my opinion, going to lead to residents who are not involved in the community, who frequently will see themselves passing through, not get involved, and further, as renters, probably not be as concerned about upkeep of their properties and of the neighborhood. Again, I apologize to those who are renters. Not everyone's that way. I get it. I'm saying percentage-wise, that's what I've seen. I've also been a landlord, and I've seen what my renters do. I don't rent anymore. So again, just my opinions. I am concerned about the renters. I'm very concerned about the density. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for the chance to address with some comments. So my name is Tom Aarons, and I live over in Davis Trace. And it's my first time actually paying attention to the development. So we decided to come, and I thought, well, Chris, my wife, Christine, looks like a nice place. They're going to build it out anyway. I want to talk specifically about the entrance of the roundabout at Davis Trace. The way it's positioned, and I really want, hopefully, your attention, because I heard a lot of comments that NDOT was going to build it anyway. We need to accept it because we're going to get the developer's contribution to further road improvements. And then I heard a little slight shift and a correction saying, because it was first presented that it was going to be built right there from the beginning. And in Davis Trace, we've known that it's been targeted to be built at Hooks Road. And it's been represented throughout the evening as well as always going to be there. And then I think there was one minor correction by the staff saying, no, NCDOT is acceptance, like they'll accept it if we propose it there. My hunch tells me it's being proposed there to allow to have that retail and then that entrance and exit between Davis Trace and the highway. And if you look at the way that is positioned, it's a straight line. So if you're heading west from 45 into the traffic circle, it's a straight line because they positioned that circle on the south side of the road. You know, the majority of the circle, 80%, is below Idlewild. So think of us and think of our children and think of all those things coming in and out. And by the way, how many other roundabouts service, like one of the four spokes is a small development? And I just want to encourage you to think about that. To allow them to build retail, which is now, we were also told there's going to be screening, so all the retail is going to have screening from Idlewild. You've now removed the screening. You've brought that retail to our entrance. And you've put ingress and egress directly on Idlewild, basically right in front of our development, while asking us now to basically enter a straight line of traffic. And so I can't imagine that's best practice. I can't imagine it's been done in many places, certainly not in Mecklenburg. I wonder what NCDOT has looked at, but you know, please look at that. That's almost like, hey, we got to move from a safety perspective. I'd be really curious to sit with staff. My background is a real estate developer and a real estate attorney. So I haven't shown up because I know how this works. And I told my friends I'm usually sitting in that front row. So I know what they're thinking somewhat. But please don't trade our safety for that extra retail. It's not right. And you know it's not right. They wouldn't do it in their neighborhoods. And by the looks on their faces, I think they know that too. So anyway, thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Would anybody else here tonight like to make a comment, please?
Good evening. My name is Linda Harmon, and I am at 1900 Light Brigade Drive. My intersection is basically Stallings Road and Light Brigade. I am not so naive to know that that land will sit empty. We know it's not going to sit empty. Mr. Pappas does beautiful work. I've shopped and been to many of his developments. We're not saying don't develop. I'm saying too much density is going to be chaotic. It's already chaotic. And I know when I come home on Stallings Road and the backup is from Idlewild to Light Brigade, that traffic is still going to be there. The difference is it's now going through your beautiful development. And who wants to live in a development that's so beautiful with all of these elevations? And yet you're going to be looking at bumper to bumper traffic heading up to the Trader Joe's, the Earth Fair, the Wellness Center, the yoga mat, whatever. that traffic still has to go somewhere. So I would say for me personally and my husband, and we've lived there for 23 years. We moved there October of 2000. I like the idea of walkability. I will say that that's nice because right now we have an empty lot next to our home that gets filled with trash. And my neighbors and I are constantly calling the town of Matthews folks to clean it up, who then turn it over to NCDOT. And I know them on a first name basis. So I would like to not look at trash. I'd rather have a walkable, beautiful little trail to take my bike to wherever. I just would say, do we really need that many apartments? And in my profession, I sell to multifamily. I would rather not have multifamily there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak? Please approach the podium and state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Namisha, and I live at 14001 Millhouse Drive in Windrow Estates. And I have a lot of anxiety about talking to all of you this evening, but my conscience requires that I do so. I moved here because I was attracted to the smaller community atmosphere of Matthews versus Charlotte, where I lived for the first 8 years that I was in North Carolina. I came here to voice my opposition to the project, but then I heard you all talking, and now it sounds like a game of it's the devil you know versus the devil you don't. While I don't like the devil that's on the screen, I'm also afraid of the devil that Mr. Urban talked about, because I sure don't want 200 ugly vinyl-sided homes with no trees. So even though I had prepared some remarks, I'm kind of changing my tone and I'm asking this. I know we're going to develop this land, whether it's Mr. Pappas and his partners or someone else, we're going to get something here. We have no choice. I felt like you guys didn't listen to us when you came and talked to us about the plan for the Eastern Gateway. I attended those meetings at the Windrow Clubhouse, and we still got something different anyway, but other folks have already spoken about that. What I'm asking is that instead of a grocery store, when we have one in every direction for 5 minutes, you're not going to get a teeter because we've got 2 teeters within 5 minutes of the house. You're not going to get a food line because there's one up at Hood's Crossroads. I don't know what we're going to get, but I don't think we need another grocery store. Maybe take that grocery store plot and turn it into another community farm. If you're concerned about urban agriculture, give us a community garden in there instead of a grocery store. Give us people who will own their homes and have some skin in the community. I know there are people. I know renters need a place to live too. When I was first married many years ago, I had to rent before I could buy. But the amount of crime that we've seen come to my pretty wooded neighborhood of Windrow makes me scared to have a bunch of renters that aren't invested in the community. I see people walk through my pretty wooded neighborhood that I don't know, and I've lived there since 1999. People are having things stolen, homes and cars are broken into on a regular basis. If you peruse next door, you'll see a video of somebody brazenly breaking into a car with the light on, looking at the camera. They don't care. I'm not saying all renters are this way. I'm saying it's a lot easier to be that person if you don't care about your neighbors. And fellow over there on Pommel who wants to grill, my partner likes to grill. I live on the other side of Windrow. Come on over, we'll have a party. I'd like to know my neighbors. There's not enough of that now. Little concerned about that walking trail. While it sounds nice, I also wonder what it's going to funnel into the neighborhood. Pommel is Windrow 2, which is not technically part of my homeowners association. It's the backside of the neighborhood. We already have issues with people who live in Windrow 2 thinking they can access the amenities over on Windrow Lane that belong to the Windrow's Homeowners Association. We also have issues with our horse trails. Now that we've got that park there behind us, Pulsar Halsey or whatever it's called, we're having to put up a fence to make sure people don't come into our neighborhoods. And I don't want to sound like a NIMBY. I don't want to sound like somebody who wants to keep people out. I just want to be sure that the people who have lived here and put their roots down and committed to Matthews all these years as we have are heard. I bought my house because I wanted to be part of this community. My son went to the schools in Matthews and I volunteered at all of them because I wanted to be part of this community. I'm here tonight, terrified out of my mind, turning red, talking to you because I am part of this community and I want you to hear me and hear my neighbors and hear the generations that will come after me and make sure that they have the same quality of life that I had when I bought my house in 1999. I know things change. I know we're getting bigger, but I challenge all of you that sit on the board and sit on the council tonight to think about this. This is your opportunity to help shape part of the legacy of Matthews. It's a large undeveloped tract of land. What you do will affect my property value. If that house passes to my son and my hopeful grandchildren live in there, it will affect their quality of life. Do we want to be the town of Matthews or do we want to be the city of Matthews? We need to think very carefully and consider exactly what we want. I know your gateway plan is already passed, but I ask you to reconsider either the number of units and the number of rentals. And I also ask you to reconsider the buildings. I'm really sorry, and I don't mean to be insulting, but those are some ugly buildings. I wouldn't want to live in them. I wouldn't want to live near them. I feel like folks are so busy trying to throw up buildings and make a buck that they don't care what they look like. Architecture is a beautiful thing that provides value to the community. You have the opportunity here to do something different as opposed to those cell style buildings that are across from Family Dollar. I don't know who approved that, but good God. Please make that community beautiful if we're going to have to live with it. And one last thing, so I don't overstay my time. My home in Windrow faces Phillips Road. I'm not on Phillips Road, but I'm the first street in Windrow. And in the 23 years I've lived there, the traffic count on Phillips Road has increased exponentially. It got really bad when it was closed down by Hood's Crossroads when the roundabout went in. People have discovered Phillips Road and it's a highway now. It's a little 2-lane highway with a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. And I'm quite tired of being tailgated down it every time I come home. Tired of watching my neighbors who want to get to the sidewalk on the other side of Phillips have to dodge cars. What's going to happen to Phillips Road if you put this development in? Folks are going to find it even more to get away from the roundabout congestion that's going to be created on Idlewild. I don't know if you paid attention to the news when the school year opened up last year, but there were 2 new roundabouts somewhere up in Concord, and there was massive congestion because the 2 roundabouts were too close together. So I ask you to consider what would happen, because if I'm hearing this right, are we going to have 3 roundabouts on Idlewild Road? We'll have one at Hood's, one at Thompson, and then the new one at Davis Trace. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know how many there's going to be, but I am kind of worried about the traffic and even more people coming up Stallings and going down Phillips to catch the light at 51 and Phillips. I used to not be able to hear traffic in my house. I bought some nice new windows 2 years ago, and I can still hear the traffic inside my home from Phillips Road. And again, I'm 3 houses back off of Phillips. There's one on Phillips. There's a neighbor across the street from me on Millhouse, and then my home, and I can still hear the traffic. So Mayor, Council, Pappas Group, fellow residents and interested parties, I thank you for listening to me and entertaining me this evening. And I hope that you go away and thoughtfully consider my words and the words of all the other folks that have spoken this evening and make the best decision for all of the residents of the town of Matthews. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Carol Mill Iron. We moved to Idlewild Road, 13848 Idlewild Road, about 2.5 years ago. Y'all, the traffic. Thank you. And let me tell y'all a secret. When there's a crash, which there is daily at that roundabout, where that CVS is and the food line, those trucks with Coca-Cola, I go out there and get a couple, they're going to be there for an hour. I get samples. I see Harris Tweeter. I go out there and get samples from their trucks. Y'all, that line of traffic on Idlewild Road, you cannot get out of your house. I have one of those brick houses with 3 acres. And y'all, the traffic is horrible. And y'all know what I'm talking about. So it is a bad situation. No one has really mentioned this, y'all, but I have to say something. Crime. I'm going to try to be diplomatic, but this transaction right here has sealed the deal that I will be selling my house, address 13848 Ottawa Road, in 3 months because of this. But the Pabst Group, I have to tell y'all something. This is gorgeous. This is wonderful. This is awesome. But can you just please take a note of this? Get your pens out. Would you please move this transaction from Matthews to 2959? Y'all get your pens out. Highway 109, Ruby, South Carolina, 29741. Y'all, they only have a Piggly Wiggly. And there's only 550 people there. So you're not going to have this mayhem. Come on down. We would love to have you. Sits right on the highway. So y'all, I'm leaving. I can't deal anymore with the traffic. And would love to have you in Ruby, South Carolina. Thank you.
Would anyone else in the room care to make a comment or for or against the proposal? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Leanne Evans and I live at 3212 Winding Trail off of Phillips Road. And I'm not a good speaker and I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. So I'm just going to say a couple simple words. I did most of the people opposed to this development. I think it's beautiful also. I know it's going to get developed. I would love to see Pappas do it if it has to be done, but in a less condensed way. Very concerned about traffic on Phillips Road. After about 5:30 a.m. you can't get in and out of Winding Trail. And then in the afternoons also. On Saturdays, it's awful trying to get onto 51 from Phillips Road. We have the Village one going up on the corner of 51 and Phillips Road, which is going to make that worse. And the crime. And then the schools, we might have the school buses. We don't even have enough school bus drivers as it is now and stuff. So I also want to just say ditto to the person who said, let's do the infrastructure first, even though we kind of know that's a joke. Let's do that first. Let's get some bus drivers. Let's get some bigger schools and not keep our kids in trailers out back of them. Let's give them a good place to learn and be educated and things like that. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else in our studio audience? Is that it? No, we have one more, two more.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Cynthia Carrington. I live at 2211 Citation Court, Windrow Estates. I guess we've lived there about 3 years, but my parents owned it before we did. Excuse me, sorry. My parents lived there from about 1980 on. And then we took it over and we were very pleased to be there because I got to see my kids play in that backyard and grow up, there because they were always over there. And I really hate to think of what's going to happen once we have this because, we have so much traffic. I can hardly get out of Phillips Road. Anytime I want to get out of Phillips Road, and I have to watch out for everybody because they don't go 35. They go 45 or more. And that's on a good day. But another thing is, let me see here. The construction too. The construction, the congestion of the roads, the crime. We're seeing a lot of crime. And I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more. And nobody's able to do anything about it because our policemen try their best, but there's not enough policemen. I mean, it just goes on and on. So everything that everybody said, I totally agree with. It's a very nice area. I just don't think it's right for us right now. I hope it comes about 30 years from now.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
My name is Gretchen Gartner. I live in Windrow on Springwater Drive. I hate speaking in public, so I'm really sorry if I seem nervous. I agree with everything that the people that are against it said. I think the plan is beautiful if these homes were for sale and not for rent, and that there were less of them. I do have a major personal problem with it because, like I said, I live on Springwater. People are going to try to get off of Idlewild Road to get somewhere on the other side on 51, and they're going to come straight down Springwater, straight down Windrow Lane, or down Trace Lake to Windrow Lane. And they're going to end up coming down by our neighbor, who I haven't met yet, that is for it. They're going to go right by your house to go down to get back on Stallings to go down Phillips. Our neighborhood is going to be unsafe. I have 4 children, one that is older and should be moving out, but cannot afford to live in Matthews. So the affordable housing would be great. The others, one is a driver. She just started driving. I won't let her turn left on Idlewild Road. If she wants to go left, she has to go through our neighborhood up Phillips, take a right on 51, take the roundabout and go down Idlewild that way. And I have a son who rides his bike, walks, skateboards throughout our neighborhood. So when that extra traffic comes through our neighborhood, I'm worried about him. And then I have a 9-year-old who's going to be there for a while with us. And she's also riding her bike, walking through the neighborhood. So that's my personal fear, is for the children in our neighborhood and the cars coming through. I do have, and I don't want to keep saying what everybody else has said. I have some questions. The traffic study that was done does not refer to the Windrow streets that are on Idlewild Road. It only refers to Stallings, everything on Mint Hillside, nothing on Matthews, which is odd. I don't know why. The other issue I had was that in the study, they referred to Windrow. They didn't refer to Springwater, the neighborhoods that were being affected by this. Springwater was not mentioned, Windrow 2 was not mentioned, and villages of Windrow or at Windrow were not mentioned. So I'm not sure why those people were forgotten. I will say that the homes that are in Windrow and in Springwater, Windrow Estates and the Springwater subdivision, there's going to be 90 homes, I believe, is in Springwater, and then 248 that are in Windrow Estates. So don't make me do math, but it's like 350 homes that are there that are going to be coming out and taking a right or a left on Idlewild Road that were excluded, I think, from this traffic study. I don't know. So I have that as a question. I don't understand why those roads were not referred to in the traffic study. And that's it. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for speaking with us prior to this, for coming up and sharing information with us. Thank you guys for listening to us. We really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak for or against? Yes, sir. Has anybody not spoken? Has he? Did he? No, he didn't. No, that's not him. That's not him.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Tyler Howard. My address is 7710 Ninth Fairway Lane in neighborhood of Old Sycamore. I am on the Mint Hill side, but I'm very familiar with Matthews. I spend a lot of time here, shopping, getting to know the community. I've been here since 2019, 2020. So the pandemic. I've been wanting to get here since I was a little kid. I spent a lot of time coming up here for medical doctor appointments with my family. And this place was a sort of refuge for the type of quality care that we couldn't get back home. I originally grew up in Albemarle, North Carolina, so about an hour and a half southeast of here. So I finally realized my dream when I was about 28 years old to come to Mint Hill, but Matthews as well, because our neighborhood is split kind of on Rock Hill Church Road. Part is the Matthews zip code, and the other part's Mint Hill, but I digress. I really want to stress home the community part of this development. To be multi-generational, to have a 55+ community, as well as townhomes and apartments and single-family homes, to be able to have younger professionals like myself to have an opportunity to possibly move into the town Matthews and become part of that community, and have the opportunity to do so. To not have to go up the road to Charlotte to enjoy some of the amenities that we have here in a plan like this. Being a young professional and not wanting to live in downtown Charlotte, but wanting to be a part of a small community where I can eventually grow, cultivate my skill set, and become a leader in a community like this. Having something like this would help me get to know my neighbors in a more forthright way. I don't believe good fences make good neighbors. I believe good relationships make good neighbors. And I actually believe that this could help do that in a positive mindset. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak for or against this rezoning proposal tonight? All right, Maureen, do we have anybody in the Zoom audience or virtually that would like to make a comment? Okay. Lori, we had some written comments, I believe.
Yes, we do. The first is from J. David Malcolm, and he writes, "Dear Town of Matthews elected officials, I am writing this letter to express my personal support of the rezoning case 2022-749 Sante Matthews. It has come to my attention that this project has received a lot of attention on social media and in other places, which appears to be unwarranted and negative. I read through many comments on the Nextdoor app and felt that most of the negative comments were from the position of individuals who feel that any development that is near them or adjacent to them is in some way inherently bad or will negatively affect their property values simply because it is development and change. I felt it important to point out that this type of development, which is derived from a well thought out planning process, includes a variety of land uses for different housing types, support businesses, open spaces, community amenities, natural areas, buffers, etc., all connected with a hierarchy of roads, would be a welcome improvement to this area and to Matthews. It is very impressive that the town of Matthews would take a proactive step towards studying this parcel and creating a small area plan titled Eastern Gateway Plan dated November 2021, which is thoroughly vetted and available on the town's website and included in the town's adopted land use plan. This plan documents an inclusive public engagement process, which achieved a community-supported plan for making this parcel a development project with a mixture of uses and proposed density, which would take full advantage of land well-positioned along the I-45 corridor at the existing Idlewild Road interchange. Matthews has been growing at fast pace for several decades, and the town of Matthews has done an excellent job in continuing to prepare for this growth by employing talented planning staff who recognize the importance of being forward-thinking about the future of our community and taking the initiative to help share our future by carefully planning for growth. The Eastern Gateway Plan is professionally prepared and provides thorough analysis of the existing conditions, provides a concept that is supported through community consensus, and brings forward a creative plan that can be a sustainable approach for development of this key parcel within the town limits. The project Sante Matthews is well thought out and follows the intent of the Eastern Gateway Plan. I am pleased to see that the concept plan and pattern book has continued to evolve and improve beyond the Eastern Gateway Plan, and that the plan can be invested in and developed by a trusted professional land developer who has experience and a solid track record to execute this plan. I appreciate the thoughtfulness and forward thinking that the elected officials and town staff have in representing the town's best interest with respect to developments by being proactive in preparing plans that make it possible to attract high quality development to our community. I am afraid many communities do not have this kind of leadership and quality staff, and therefore must suffer development that is opposite of the values of the full community and are unable to bring quality development to their town. The alternative to the proposed plan could be one of a sprawling, single-use, low-density housing development, which could lack the ability to raise property value over time, since it would only add similar houses, increase sprawl, increase vehicle trips, and offer zero opportunities for shopping and convenient services. I believe that all the homes within a quarter mile will find that their property values will increase with this type of quality developments, that they will enjoy the benefits of having additional shops and stores
Please be quiet in the audience so we can hear the comments.
that will make their lives safer through convenience and easier by providing some options, and ultimately better off with this proposed plan than just a single-use type of developments. There's no better place than this parcel, which is located at a key interstate interchange, to create a vibrant mixed-use plan, adding homes, jobs, and quality development to the built environment of Matthews. I am grateful that the Matthews leadership is forward-thinking about growth and developments and not willing to be swayed by a few loud voices who oppose anything that is different than a low-density housing community. By approving this plan, you will help to stop sprawl, create housing choices, help to shorten car trips for all, and help raise property values and increase the tax base. These are all positives in my humble opinion, and why I choose to live in Matthews, the best town in Mecklenburg County. It was J. David Malcolm. I do not have a street address.
As long as you have it.
Okay, there are several more to get through. The
sorry,
next
Lori-
is from Natisha Rivera Patrick.
Lori, can I interrupt for a second? I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, but it's very hard for me to hear with people talking in the back. So if you could let her speak, please, I will be able to hear the comments.
Okay, the next is from Natisha Rivera Patrick from Habitat for Humanity. She writes, I am writing to express my support for the Sante Matthews development project that has been submitted for your review and approval. I've had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Pappas and his team members about this project and ascertain their intentions to help the community are genuine. Sante Matthews allows for a mixed income, mixed use, active, walkable community. In reviewing the design and the proposed plans, this development would be an asset to Matthews and provide much needed housing opportunities for those wanting to call Matthews home. As you are keenly aware, the town of Matthews does not have enough attainable housing units for purchase or rents. The majority of the individuals that work in Matthews cannot afford to live in Matthews. Town employees, teachers, firefighters, and police officers, all working to provide support to the Matthews community, are priced out of living where they serve. We continue to discuss the need for attainable housing in the town of Matthews. The Sante Matthews development has taken an intentional approach to ensure equitable access to housing. Their commitment to providing 9 for-sale attainable homes and 13 for-rent units is commendable. This continues to be an ongoing challenge with other developers who are unwilling to include attainable housing options as part of their development. Greater Matthews Habitat for Humanity is the only attainable home builder serving the Matthews community. The Sante Matthews development works in parallel with Habitat's mission of ensuring hardworking families have access to home ownership opportunities. The for-sale units will be transformational for individuals and families seeking to fulfill the American dream of home ownership. The rental units meet a glaring unmet need for limited income renters. We need more of this. Please don't forego another opportunity to be proactive in helping make Matthews accessible to all. That was Natisha Rivera Patrick. The next is from Laura Johnstone and family, and she writes, my name is Laura Johnston. I live at 3118 Windrow Lane in Matthews. I have lived in Matthews since I was 3 years old, and I am now 26 with a family of my own. My roots are in Matthews, and I can truly say I love where I live. The new Pappas plan has excited me from day one. I truly think having additional restaurants and stores in our immediate area will be an asset to myself and others around me. I like that the new development will feature a variety of housing targeted towards various age groups. The new development will make Matthews an even more desirable place to live. Again, I believe that the new development by Pappas will be an asset to my community. I understand that many have reservations, but as a young working professional, I can truly say my family supports the vision. I think people like myself will continue to funnel into this direct area and likely share my views. Thank you to the commissioners for supporting the community vision for the area. Many of us are very excited at the potential. That was Laura Johnston and family. The next is from Billy Sustar. And he writes, on behalf of the Sustar family, I am writing to say that I am pleased with the proposed Sante Matthews developments, of which our property is a part. We feel it is a well-planned project, and when completed, will be a wonderful community space and asset to the Matthews community. Also, I want to acknowledge that my family is also pleased with the oversight by the board, mayor, and staff members of the overall developments within the jurisdiction of the town of Matthews. As longtime property owners in Matthews and Mecklenburg County since the early 1900s, we have seen tremendous growth and change in the town and surrounding areas, yet it is still a great place to live and work. Our family has supported all of the growth over the past many years because we have felt that has been an asset to the community. In fact, I have been a party to other transactions representing other family members, such as the EPCON project, and have been very careful to select a developer and project that would continue to be a benefit to the area. We recognize we live in a popular area and that change is not only inevitable, it is also what brings a diversity of people, thoughts, places, and undergirds a healthy community. We also feel the proposed project represents the best we have seen that addresses concerns we have heard expressed and allows growth to continue. We, the Sustars, therefore ask the town of Matthews and its leadership to approve this proposed project for the benefit and enjoyment of the Matthews community. That was Billy Sustar. The next is from, I believe it's Thomas Stevens from Valley Developments. And he writes, I am writing on behalf of Valley Developments, a company owned by my wife and I, and as owners of the 45 acres known as the Silver Oaks subdivision. We have waited many, many years to sell this property. We've paid taxes, maintained the property, and have been told time and time again that the town wants a plan for the whole Eastern Gateway area, including our property. To be clear, we have paid taxes since 2007 and have eagerly anticipated a town plan vision for the area. Now, after the town adopted the Eastern Gateway Plan, we have been told the town council might not support a development coming forward that embodies that plan. That is simply not fair. During the 16 years that Valley Development has owned the property, we were never delinquent with taxes. There was an ongoing problem with vandalism and trespassing on the property, as well as dumping of household trash and construction debris. Valley Development worked with the neighbors and the police department during this time to keep the property from becoming an eyesore. It was secured with gates and barriers on many occasions. Although development around the property caused these problems, we did not object to the development, and as we tried to develop our property, we'd like to ask for the same respect from neighbors. Over the years, we have been contacted by builders and developers interested in rezoning, but none were able to provide a cohesive, defined overall development plan for the parcel, which is what the town said was important. In 2021, we met with the Pappas Properties Group. They provided us with information about their business and showed us examples of their previous and ongoing developments. Our research showed Pappas Properties was the firm we believed most capable of designing and developing the Matthews site with first-class results. They have spent countless hours working on this project, fine-tuning their plans during this time to accommodate the needs of the municipality and the neighboring communities. They went to the meetings for the Eastern Gateway Plan and kept us informed all along. We have waited 2 additional years for this project, which is consistent with the town's adopted plan for the area to be approved. What more can we do? We were told to wait until there was an overall plan. We waited, and now, after more than 2 years, the Pappas plan has yet to be approved. 2 more years of paying taxes, 2 more years of trying to sell this property. The 2007 plan for Silver Oaks included single-family homes along the western border with the Windrow neighborhood. Likewise, the Pappas plan shows single-family homes along the western border. We are discouraged that the neighbors are objecting to this plan. It is our sincere hope that as leaders of the town, you will positively consider the Pappas plan for this area. We also encourage the town council and planning board to do what is right for the long-term growth of Matthews by accommodating this proposed development and others like it that reinforce the town's long-range vision and goals. That was Valley Development, Thomas Stevens. The next is from Jake and Becca Walker. They writes, I am writing on behalf of my family in support of Pappas Properties' new Sante development project in Matthews. My husband and I are both in our early 30s and chose to settle down in Matthews in 2018 before we had our first daughter. The reason we gravitated to Matthews and not other suburbs around the Charlotte metro area is simply because of the sense of community. Matthews has been the perfect place to start and grow our family, and we are excited for the opportunities that Pappas Properties can bring to this area to enhance the quality of living for other young families like us. We believe that the development of Sante will bring a vibrant young energy to Matthews. Not only will the additional retail and restaurants be convenient, but it will give families a place to socialize and interact with their community. The additional single-family housing townhomes are an important addition to diversify the housing market in the area to allow younger families the opportunity to live in an area that is safe, has commendable schools, and a comfortable atmosphere for the children to grow up in. This would be the perfect development to assist Matthews in becoming a hotspot for families and will attract new residents. I want to thank you for supporting the community vision for the area, and we are so excited to be a part of that vision for the future of Matthews. That was Jake and Becca Walker. The next is from Georgia Nixon, who writes, on behalf of the Nixon family, I'm writing to support the Sante development proposal. We have lived in Matthews for the past 12 years and feel that this is a well-planned project that, when completed, will be an asset to the Matthews community. As property owners in Matthews, we have seen growth and change during the last decade, which has brought more diversity and has been an asset to the Matthews community. Even with the continued growth, Matthews has retained its small town feel, and the Sante Matthews project will bring us more options in retail and restaurants, which we are greatly looking forward to. In addition, the updated traffic plan with a roundabout will help ease traffic on Idlewild Road, which is needed. Matthews is a popular area to live in change and growth. Matthews is a popular area to live, and change and growth is inevitable. The proposed Sante Matthews will allow growth to continue, but also addresses the concerns of our wonderful town. We therefore ask the town of Matthews and its leadership to approve this proposed project for the benefit of the Matthews community. That's Georgia Nixon. The next is from Alexandra, who writes, my name is Alexandra. My husband and I are in our mid-30s, and my family and I have been living in Matthews since 2017. When my husband and I found out we were pregnant in February 2017, we were living in Noda. It became a mission of ours to find a place where we were still accessible to activities and social events, while also being in an area that was family-centered. We settled in Matthews, about 1.5 miles from downtown, and have never looked back. We currently have 3 children, 5, 3, and 1. I attended the open house that was organized by Pappas Properties because I was interested in the development plan they were promoting. My first impression is that it was going to be an amazing addition to an area of Matthews that could use more economic and social support. The project itself not only brings shopping and new housing to Matthews, but it also brings a place where I can bring my family while also supporting Matthews' economy. Right now, my family and I travel to Waverly or Blakeney if we want to go out to eat or socialize with friends. It would be so great if we could get the opportunity to do so, to do these activities within our own community. We would be around other families whose children might go to the same schools as my children. It only deepens our roots within our Matthews community. As with any new development, there are always issues to address. However, I believe strongly that places like this are the new normal when trying to uplift an area. Pappas Properties is trying to work with the Matthews community in order to make this a family-friendly and economically conscious project. In the end, this development brings revenue to the people of Matthews, resulting in economic growth. Having a mix of small businesses and big box stores will entice people to come for their daily needs and then stay and explore what this place has to offer. I am excited to see developers excited about Matthews, and I'm looking forward to spending time here with my family and friends. With any new plan, there are always concerns, and I understand the desire to keep Matthews feeling small town. But the reality is that Matthews isn't a small town. It is growing. Young people want to raise families here, and businesses want to invest. Small town charm is about its people. We moved here because of that reason. I am proud to be a Matthews resident, and I want others to see how great this place can be. That was from Alexandra. The next is from Mike and Diana Miles, who writes, my name is Michael Miles and my wife's name is Diana. We live at 964 Blarney Court, Matthews, in the Shonamara subdivision. We have seen the plans for the new development to be located at Matthews, known as Sante Matthews. We both feel strongly that this will be a huge welcome improvement to our community. We are so glad that a developer such as this will be building an upscale project that will increase the appearance of our community. Currently, we have nothing that compares to this within the local area. We are glad that this is not just another apartment complex. These are popping up everywhere. When they are first built, they look nice, but we all know that after a few years, they turn into a breeding ground for crime. Infrastructure improvements are also needed in the area. We also like this developer's plans to improve the traffic issues we currently face every day. We need to move ahead to ensure our property values are protected. We strongly support the approval of the rezoning for this project. Many of my neighbors feel the same as we do. That was Mike and Diana Miles. The next is from Summer Sneed, who writes, I am a resident of Matthews and want to provide comments in support of the Sante development proposal. I have seen this project go through the rezoning process and am impressed with and excited about the plans for the site. As a mother of 2 children who are now in college, I could see myself downsizing to a home in a place like Sante. I like that this proposed community has a heavy focus on health and wellness, which is a unique amenity I've not seen anywhere else. I would much rather see a mixed-use type of development at this location than another big box store or more single-family homes, which we have plenty of single-family homes in Matthews. Please help us bring unique developments and amenities to us in Matthews like this proposal. That was Summer Sneed. The next is from Michael Slavotnik, who writes, my name is Michael Slavotnik, and I live at 2300 Tanfield Drive, Matthews, and I support the Pappas Properties rezoning for multiple reasons. I frequently pass this property and will welcome the additional development to our community. This plan will add more retail and restaurant options for a portion of the town that is currently underserved. The updated traffic plan and the roundabout would help ease the traffic added from the development. We are always looking for additional options for grocery stores and restaurants, so I think this plan is well suited for the area. The additional residents will also help strengthen the tax basis for Matthews. I support this plan because as Matthews continues to grow and develop as a community, all we can do is hope that it will be well thought out in plans. I believe this property does that and is being executed by a reputable local developer that has a history of high quality developments throughout the Charlotte region. Overall, I think this development will help increase property values in the area and help Matthews continue to grow as a premier town within Mecklenburg County. I hope to see it approved to move forward and look forward to watching the progress. That was Michael Swatnick. The next is from Danielle Wright, Program Director at UNC Charlotte, who writes, my name is Daniel Wright. I am a former resident of Matthews. It's a wonderful place. I am writing this letter to give support to the Pappas Properties development called Sante Matthews. I support the project as a citizen and as a real estate agent and development expert. I am the program director for the Masters in Real Estate program at UNC Charlotte. I've been actively involved in the real estate industry since 2004 and have experience in all aspects of development. My interests are primarily in the connections and conversations associated with the built environment and its impact on financial and social capital. As a citizen, I support this project because it is consistent with the Eastern Gateway Small Area Plan, which provides an important direction for the future of Matthews. Citizens rely on the planning staff and elected officials to guide good developments. We rely on our leaders to provide long-term solutions for the entire town, the fulfillment of which can only occur when we account for the long-term needs of the entire town, sometimes in conflict with short-term desires of individual citizens. The area plan helped this happen. As a real estate expert, I support this project because it is consistent with the town's vision for development of the area. The community planning decision-making process should, first and foremost, be concerned with long-term sustainability of communities and the economy. In 2021, the town adopted the Eastern Gateway Plan as the town's vision and community plan for one of the last large areas of vacant lands. The Eastern Gateway Plan was adopted after many meetings and with input from citizens. I have reviewed the Pappas Sante Matthews Plan, and in my opinion, it meets the purpose of the Eastern Gateway Plan and it follows its draft structures closely. The Eastern Gateway Plan has 10 goals. The Sante Matthews Plan addresses all of these goals. It envisions a community that is shaped by parks, open space, different housing types, retail, and options for pedestrians and non-motorized transit. Cities across the state are working to create walkable cities. Their goal is to create community centers and to connect greenways and bikeways to enhance the quality of life for anyone living there or visiting. New communities should include community gathering spaces and housing alternatives for people of all incomes. Complete communities should also provide convenient access to modern amenities such as restaurants and shopping. For years, the town has needed traffic improvement in the Idlewild stalling area. The Sante Matthews Plan proposes to build the NCDOT improvements and donate land south of Idlewild for the right-of-way. Not often are developers willing to build road improvements in advance of the Department of Transportation. Improvements to Idlewild Road, including a roundabout at Davis Trace, to keep traffic moving, benefits all of Matthews. To summarize, I encourage you as the Matthews town leaders to support the Gateway Plan's long-term vision for the area by supporting the Sante Matthews Plan. The vision and the Pappas Plan bring many public benefits that will make the community a quality place to live for generations to come. That was Danielle Wright. And that was actually the last one.
Thank you for reading that. That was a lot. Thanks. Mr. Pappas, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to some of the comments that were made, but before we do that, Susan, can I ask you a question? Sorry to put you on the spot. Could you go up to the podium? She's like, really, yeah, it's just gonna love me for this, but I wonder if you could address the comment that one of the speakers said about the safety of the roundabout being built at the entrance of a small neighborhood. Do you have any thoughts on that? And if you don't, that's fine, or if you want to answer later, but.
Yeah, I would like to answer later because there are some questions posed that I hadn't really thought about like one leg being a neighborhood and just a similar configuration. So we do have a TIA consultant on retainer for this project. So I'd like to run that question by them.
Great.
To answer it.
So could you provide that information to us before we ultimately vote on this project?
Yes.
Thank you much.
All right,
Thank you
you're
very
welcome.
much. Now, Mr. Pappins, lots of comments, lots for, lots against. You're welcome to respond to any of the comments or questions that were raised.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the town board. I think the best thing really is to be brief. And let me just respond for the record on a few of the comments. I believe our plan in the TIA and in the notes requires us to make the majority of these transportation improvements on the front end and in the first phase of this project. So one speaker had mentioned it would be good if this was built ahead of the development. That's certainly our plan. If we have not accurately articulated that in our notes, we will certainly refine that. I think secondly, there were a lot of comments about the grocery store, a Walmart, analogy. We will certainly address that with an additional note, putting a maximum on the amount of square footage on that anchor tenant. It's our intent to attract a quality grocer to this site. There's certainly nothing wrong with a Target or a Walmart. It's not maybe the right vision for this particular site because of the size of those anchors. So if there's concern that we're going to aggregate this square footage into one large anchor, we will certainly make it clear in the notes that we will not do that. I think there were some other comments that my team would be glad to address with a bit more time over the next week or so about the streetscape along Idlewild Road in front of Hooks Road and that frontage. I know we've spent a lot of time on the neighborhood side of Idlewild. We can go back and look at that streetscape on that side and address some of Commissioner Urban's comments with that work. And then my last 2 points that I'd like to make, 3 points, relate to schools. The study and the facts that were provided were not prepared by our consultant. Again, just for the record, I believe these were provided by the school system. And what I understand the impact to be per the school system is that the existing zoning adds 99 students. Sante Matthews adds 136 students. So it's 37 additional students. We've also provided the board some stats on crime associated in the area of apartment communities. I think those stats do not support that apartment communities generate more crime. I think it's to the contrary. And with all, if I could just express this view as someone who's built a substantial amount of apartment communities across the Southeast, we find the people that move to our communities are making a lifestyle decision. They're not making an economic decision. There are simply more people at the moment that prefer to rent for various reasons. And if you look at the rents that are proposed in Sante Matthews, it certainly speaks to that many of these people could afford to buy, but for whatever reason at this point in their life, they prefer to rent. And I think providing options for people to rent that are high quality can be a very favorable thing for the community. And then finally, I would say that I really appreciate the very thoughtful comments from Mr. O'Connor, if he's still here, and others who spoke about the quality of our projects. I very much appreciate that. It's not lost on me that they might be not in favor of this particular proposal, but I appreciate them recognizing that we build very good communities. We position our company as a community builder. We're not a commodity builder in the real estate space. I grew up here. I've lived here my whole life. I'm proud of the work we're doing. If you approve this project, we will do an excellent job for the town of Matthews. And I think what you'll see if we are approved is that our interests are very much aligned with the neighborhoods to build quality and increase the value of what's around us. We would have, if this project's approved, a very large investment here. It would be counterintuitive for us not to work hard to increase the values of everything around us. So I think that when you step back, and Mr. Flowers identified this in his comments, we're talking about things here that do provide some community benefits. Multi-use trail that connects to other areas of the community. Some don't view our transportation improvements the same way our consultants do. I respect your opinion. I lean on our very good consultants to tell us best how to address the traffic and transportation network here. But again, we're talking about building a community that adds value, not a community that detracts from the very nice quality of the town of Matthews. So with that, I'll close. I want to thank you very much for your consideration of our proposal. I want to thank the neighbors that spoke. I understand your perspective. I respect your perspective. And I want to thank y'all again for those who are very complimentary of our company. It's much appreciated. Everyone have a good evening.
Could I ask two more quick questions?
Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, it came up a couple times. Can you define the restrictions on a 55 plus adult community?
In our plan, that would be an age targeted restriction of 55 plus. It would be our objective to specifically lease to that demographic. So we're not competitive with the other project, the other component of the multifamily we're building. So, our intention is that would be our target for that component of the project.
And secondly, can you make any comments about the possible phasing of this community if you were to build it, what you would build first, second, third?
Let me ask Jim Schumacher to respond to that, because I want to make sure we do it in accordance with what we respond in accordance with what we've already submitted. But again, thank you very much for your consideration. I'm sorry it's been such a long evening, but I appreciate it. Jim.
Well, if you're talking about the land uses themselves, our intention would be that west of Stallings Road, all the single family, the townhomes, the active adult age 55 plus, all of that is part of phase one. And most of the traffic improvements that we've talked about would be connected to that phase one. The village park that's surrounded by the commercial, we would also expect to do that very quickly, because we see that as an asset, a draw for the community. That's going to be an asset for the neighborhood, and will help attract folks to come and live and enjoy the neighborhood.
All right, thank you. Are there Commissioner Garner?
Thank you for the presentation. I am curious if you could get the traffic impact analysis questions answered for the woman who had some concerns about that, and that maybe, I don't know if that's appropriate now, or is that something the board is curious about, or if that's a meeting for later?
Brady is here representing Kimberly Horn. If it's a number that he has in his head, we can certainly answer it now. If it's something that takes him some time to put together, we'll provide that to you.
I don't recall her specific points. She's still here. It was about some of the side streets, maybe why they weren't included as numbers in the traffic in the TIA, as well as if all of the neighborhoods were considered, or if they were maybe considered under the bubble of Windrow.
Yeah, so to the study area, when we sit down and we develop what the study areas be for the TIA, we sit down with all of the reviewing stakeholders, and that's NCDOT, that's both the local division and Raleigh Congestion Management, the town of Matthews, the town of Stallings, and the town of Mint Hill, to develop what the study area was going to be. And so based off the town's ordinance, I think it's all signalized intersections within a certain radius, and then all unsignalized intersections at the town NCDOT's discretion. Those, I believe the question was, why are the Mint Hill intersections included and not the Matthews intersections? The Mint Hill, as you're aware, are directly connected to the site. They're along the frontage. We're tying into and providing access directly to those intersections. So those were obvious ones, being Hooks Road, Davis Trace and Barney. As you progress further west, the other major intersection between NC 51 and where our site is would be Thompson Road. So that was included, but all the other intersections were not included. And that's generally how study areas for traffic studies are put together. You're not gonna include every single unsignalized intersection, or it would just get extraordinarily extensive study. So that's the question on that one. And then I think the second piece was, I believe so on the question on a roundabout tying in at Davis Trace. I think two things. One is, I think most of y'all are aware, but previously we had the plan of the roundabout at Hooks, right? And that was the folks that were living in Davis Trace and on Barney further west from that, they didn't like to have to go through Nancy Ruth and then through the Epcot development to be able to access the roundabout. And so that was actually in response to the neighbors' concerns that we moved it further west to get to Davis Trace. That was also in response to comments from both the town and NCDOT that they'd rather see Stallings realigned to tie directly into the roundabout at Davis Trace. So those were in response to community feedback and stakeholder involvement. And as we said, the roundabout does provide actually more safe access for those residents. If you think about it today, or if that roundabout was not in place, to turn on an Idlewild Road from their neighborhoods during the peak hours, I understand it's difficult. Coming out of those neighborhoods today, but with the roundabout provided, they have the option or the access to access the roundabout that they would not have if the roundabout was not there, right? So they're forced to turn out at the stop sign today, where in the future they would have the option of the roundabout, which does make it safer.
Mr. Garner.
I'd like to ask a little bit more about the traffic impact analysis. So if you could pretend this is traffic school 101 and explain to me, when you're looking at those numbers and are you looking at the houses that are adjacent to the road and just in the basest of terms?
Great question. Yeah, so in terms of the volumes that we use to develop the analysis, yes, we start with existing counts. So all of the homes, all the developments that's out there today, all of that is developing traffic. So we go out and our baseline is collect counts that are based off the actual counts that are out there today. So we start there. And then we say, all right, when is our build out year going to be? We project their traffic up to that, which I believe was 2025 or 2026 in this case. And then we think about what developments are not in place today, but that are approved that we think will project traffic between now and then. So the idea is that for us to be able to develop a model in the future that gets as the most accurate representation of what the traffic volumes will be in the future. And so that creates our baseline future no build. And then we take the projected traffic and add it on top of that. And then what we're mitigating is just the delta in between. So it basically strips out everything to be able to clearly identify what our impacts are and then to mitigate those. So to answer your question, all the neighbors and the homes that are in Windrow today, those are all accounted for in the traffic study.
Thank you. I do have more questions, so.
Go ahead.
And it's not about the TIA. This is more about the development itself. I see that there is a restaurant drive-through and a potential coffee shop drive-through. Here today, I guess that's my biggest feedback for this is, are they sort of a make it or break it deal for this development? I could see something like a Brakeman's 2 coming into a development like this where drive-throughs are not part of the business model. The whole point is to slow down and enjoy your coffee. I also see drive-through businesses as being enticing to people coming off the interstate and then hopping back on, which wouldn't increase traffic on Idlewild, but maybe would ease some of the concerns if they're rethought before coming back next month.
Commissioner Gardner, just to give you a little flavor for this, I think what we're seeing in the market now are that many of the banks are going back to branches, and they are insisting on that drive-through condition as part of a branch bank. I would share with you that, we've built for a number of what we would consider very good retail tenants, and some, like a Starbucks, just are not doing stores that don't have a drive-through. So some of this is in response to the market conditions, but certainly our thought on the out parcels are that they're food related and no gas. I think we've offered that as a restriction on the frontage, that there would be no gas stations, but banks and food related uses there, we think, fit into the neighborhood services type category. And so that's why we proposed it that way, is because we see in other communities that we built that our residents do find that to be a positive to have those nearby, and in this case, walkable.
I'll wrap up my comments by saying that I would encourage you to rethink the drive-through restaurant and coffee shop. I understand the banks, and that's sort of just an amenity people are used to. But without without opening, the retail up into those drive-through locations, you might end up with more of a mom and pop business than somebody like Starbucks coming through.
Commissioner Urban.
So I just want to reiterate a few things. The timing of the road work is based on phase one. Obviously, you're gonna have to get that road work in place. That would be the roundabout, Stallings Road improvements, Thompson Road. So we're not building something and then the road's fixed later.
That's correct.
Okay. I do have a little bit of concern, but I'm assuming, Mr. Mayor, that this public hearing is going to continue. We're not going to close it down tonight and throw this to the planning board, because what I'm understanding is that staff still has some. You're good. Close it. You're good. They want to move it forward. Okay.
So will the board.
Okay. All right. There may be, other questions, but we'll just have to write emails to the Pappas group and go from there. So, but I do have a concern about the phasing of work, that maybe there is something in the dialogue about when you get to a certain percentage of construction on the residential component on the west side, something has to start occurring on the east side, because what we don't want to do is have the proverbial, west side, the residential is done and the east side sits vacant from that aspect of it. So that's pointing that out. To go back to the traffic study and what Renee was talking about, what I'm hearing you saying is that the conversation was about, what about Windrow? What about spring water and how is that affected? You're saying your baseline sucks in all those homes and you're sitting out there doing traffic counts and you're sort of analyzing all that. So when someone living on spring water has left during that time period, you've added them into your equation.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm hearing they're sort of getting positive nods, but I don't want to get into the details, but I think the point is that if you don't do this as a rule for other traffic studies, it's not unusual to do it this way. But if you are a baseline taking in all the households and the traffic counts, you'd be doing that elsewhere, whether it's on John Street or Samuel or anything like that. So I got that aspect of it. I know Peter will not confess what the grocery store is. Most likely, we already talked about the screening on Isle of Wild. I've heard a lot about that, so I think you got to definitely punch that up. I would be curious, because there was a lot of conversation, a lot of pointing to Waverly, and I know you had the data, because the other Pete has the data. Is what's the size of Waverly compared to what you're talking about, and what are the traffic counts on Providence Road? I think you're going to see an apples to orange in comparison. So we need to disseminate that.
Waverly also has Ray Farms, so those are two combined elements that I think a lot of people put together. So Ray Farms.
I think just to sort of, we need to start quantifying and really comparing apples to apples and not apples to oranges. And then Miss Becky, I've heard so much word about crime tonight. You'd think that Matthews was an undesirable community. I know it's not. I have full faith and confidence in our police force and our staff. Can we run some numbers or just get something? Because honestly, it's it's tiring to hear crime, 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 crime. If it is, I'll be the first one at the door of the chief and we'll figure it out. But if it's overhyped, it needs to be noted as being overhyped. Okay, this is a really safe community, folks. And I will get on my soapbox a little bit. I'm a little also tired about people living in apartments are bad people and they cause crime. And I don't think for the rents we're talking about, they're worried about causing crime because they're making more money than I am. So let's not go there. Let's just stick to the facts. That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Urban, I did check on the size of the Waverly public park in the center of their project versus our size of the proposed park in our project is slightly larger than Waverly's. We don't have the traffic comparisons to Waverly to Sante Matthews available. So
that's
I'd
fine. If
rather
you could
not
just put that in an email or a memo together,
Yes.
just for the board's edification. I'd asked Mr. Pappas a long time ago about the size of his main green space in comparison to Waverly, because Waverly uses it for activities, events and things like that. And he's just answered that he's comparatively slightly larger.
Right.
In
Yes, sir.
comparison.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Any further questions? We'll say that for those in the audience, we're going to take a break here in a minute, but I believe Mr. Pappas and his folks will be here for a few minutes. If you want to ask them questions directly, you surely can. I want to say that I really appreciate the amount of public engagement we got on this whole project, whether you're for or against it. It's refreshing to see so many people be so passionate and come forward and state their opinion. That we really relish that. Oftentimes there's two people in this room, so we beyond those of us that are sitting up here. So we appreciate your comments. I appreciate you being respectful of each other and allowing people to speak their mind. We've got a lot to look at. This, I guess we are going to close this public hearing and send this to the planning board. So good luck, Mr. Johnson and crew. You're going to have a lot of fun with this one. You'll consider this at your meeting on February 28th and then come back and then we will presumably vote on this March 13th. All right. That being said, let's take a 10-minute break. everyone. We're going to move on to agenda item number 7. We need a motion to reconvene our regular meeting, and we are not having our other public hearings tonight because we have surpassed our 10 p.m. cutoff, so we'll catch those next time. Oh, yeah, that'd be good. Who are we waiting on? Mr. Urban and Renee. Renee was just here a second ago. Oh, he's coming in. Sir? No, sir. Thank you. Have a great night. Denied. All right, the gang's all here. I'll entertain a motion to reconvene our regular meeting. So moved. We have a second. We need to do that.
Move to continue all the other items.
I'll make a motion that we continue all the items we didn't get to tonight till the March 13th board meeting.
We have a second. We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second from Commissioner Whitley. All in favor? All opposed? Now, we already have a motion on the table to reconvene our regular meeting from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Garner. All in favor? That passes unanimously. Move back on to agenda item number 8, planning and development business. We'll start with the planning board report from our new planning board chair, Jim Johnson.
That was quite a meeting so far, huh?
That was interesting.
So as you got the news, we rolled off Mike Foster and Natasha Edwards, good planning board members for years, and Howie and I got selected as the chairman and vice chairman, so he'd be in my place. And we did get 2 new members, and they're solid members. We got Bob Jackson and Chris Huzar with us now, so they're good. All right, so like this, I gotta have glasses now. I'm getting old. So the planning board met on January 24th. We reviewed 2 zoning applications. The first one was zoning application 2022-770. Was Crown Point Commons. They were going to change the zoning from office CD to MUD CD. It's on a parcel that I guess the Matthews owned at one time that was going to be a fire station, but they've acquired it and now they're going to use it for parking and a retention pond. We reviewed the updates that they had. They're going to include a 10-foot multi-use path. 35 feet of right-of-way will be designated to DOT from the center line of Sam Newell. We asked for landscaping screening between the detention pond and Samuel Road. And also that the allowed uses would only be parking or a retention pond. The planning board recommended approval. We found the request to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it contains development that is consistent with the surrounding uses. The change in zoning was found reasonable and that it will provide parking and stormwater in conjunction with an approved mixed-use development. The other zoning request we had was 2022-771, was actually from the town of Matthews, 335 East Matthews Street, to change the zoning from R20 to HUC. That's the parcel right next to Town Hall up here. We looked at the town's request to rezone the property to historic urban core for the purpose of improving the property. We discussed different uses in the HUZ zoning because it's a wide open zoning category. There's a lot you can do in there. But since it's Matthews, we decided that we're not going to worry about that. You can't limit your uses, apparently, according to Charlie. The planning board did find that the HUC zoning designation was appropriate for the site, and we recommended approval. We found the request to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it would increase the usability of the property and expand the boundary of the downtown area. Change in zoning was found reasonable in that it exhibits an opportunity to expand the downtown area. We did get an administrative amendment. That was a sign request from Vision Works in a conditional district at 9623 East Independence Boulevard. The planning board approved the request. It was really just a small sign underneath their existing sign that they said was required by the North Carolina Board of Optometrists, but it just says no North Carolina approved optometry. We found that the request was reasonable. It was not unreasonable. It was the same sign as you would get in that conditional district anyway. So we recommended approval, and that's just for your information. We did not pass that to you for decision. And the final thing we did was we were talking about the Community Advisory Committee, the comprehensive plan that we're going to be doing over the next few months, I guess. We were asked to appoint a member of the planning board to be on that committee. Sarah Walker volunteered to be on the committee, and so she's going to represent the Matthews Planning Board on the Comprehensive Plan Community Advisory Committee. And that concludes my report.
Do you have a student member?
We have had student members, but as of right now, we do not have an active student member.
Okay. Any questions for Jim? Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the report. Move on to 8B, zoning application 2021-742, Matthews Medical Building to change the zoning from I1 and I1CD to B3CD and being property designated as 720 Lyle Cruz Circle and 641 Sam Newell Road, and further being designated as tax parcel 193-245-24 and a portion of 193-245-08. This is continued from January 9th. Mr. Urban, would you like to recuse yourself?
I sure would. I'd also like you to finish this one, but I'd like to recuse myself because I own the adjacent property. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of the board. The applicant proposes to change the zoning of this parcel from light industrial to B3 for the purpose of constructing a maximum of 45,000 square foot office building devoted to medical, dental, optical, clinics, and professional and general offices. As we worked through some of the details, we found that the applicant is able to comply with all the requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance. And the site plan is attached. It does show that there is a 10-foot multi-use path that goes along Highway 51 and along with an 8-foot planting strip to preserve the existing street trees that are there. The staff has reviewed this application and we recommend a motion to approve this zoning application 2021-742. Happy to answer any questions. The applicant is also here if you have questions for them.
Any questions for Mr. Will? All right, thank you. Who's going to speak for the applicant? Mr. Carmichael?
Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the town board and members of the planning board. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of the applicant, Flagship Healthcare Properties. This is Thorne Bassett with Flagship, and well, we had the public hearing about 8 months ago, and then y'all were kind enough to continue it so that Thorne could pursue, along with Wesley Sherrill, the site engineer. You remember we had requested a public improvement variance because of the creek for the multi-use path and the planting strip. That was denied, but then you were kind enough to give Thorne time to work through the approval process, which he's been able to do. So what you see here is Mr. Wills stated complies with your ordinance in terms of streetscape and everything else. Last month when we were here, he was looking at a possible, some possible relief from the tree save requirements of the ordinance and or the open space. That's no longer necessary. He and Wesley worked through all the details. So once again, the plan complies with the UDO. The request is to rezone it to B3 CD to allow a medical office building that would contain a maximum of 45,000 square feet. And elevations are a part of the approval request, which y'all have seen. We're happy to share them again, but we're happy to answer any comments that you may have, any questions that you may have.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Carmichael? Ms. Hoover, Commissioner Hoover, sorry.
Okay, I want to thank you for the Zoom meeting we had on Friday, and I've done some digging over the weekend, and I do have some concerns with this. I understand your point. Okay, I read the deed front and back, time and time again, to make sure I understood it correctly. Not the deed, I mean the easement. Sorry. For me, there's an issue here with this easement. The first thing I did was pull the deed for the Crawford White Investment Group. And I found it interesting that in their deed, it states the easement is listed in their easement. I mean, their deed, I'm tired. And I also pulled every deed in Track A. And I know this is kind of a different concern. I'm not wanting to get into all this, but I just found it interesting how some of Track A has the easement listed and some do not have the easement listed in it. So, but just getting that out there. But my concern here is in the easement, when you go to Section C, Lyles Crew Road was actually built, which is stated here, was actually built the private road for Track A to use. And but Section C, that's why Lyles Crew Road was built for the private road for Track A to use. So that's the only reason why that road was put there. And then and I know the Section U, the paragraph that you had pointed out in the email about if any owner when there's maintenance that needs to be repaired, then it's all supposed to go, say, into a pot and everybody splits the cost, and it's all dependent upon the square footage you have or how much you pay to maintain that road. I understand that, I get that. But then when you get to the back of the easement, it says, private agreement, this agreement shall not be construed to grant any rights to the public in general. I take that as the public has no right to use that road. So as a commissioner, I question, and Mr. Buckley, maybe you can answer this for me. I question, how can we sit here and vote and approve this and override this easement by allowing when they develop, if it's approved and when they develop, then you have the public using that road.
Well, I think it's shown on the plan to be a private road, is it not? Then it's a private road.
Right.
So but it would have to show, they would have to put the road in according to that plan.
Oh, yeah, I understand that, but here we are voting to approve this or not. But in the easement, it clearly states that there are no rights to the public to use the road.
Well, that's not uncommon in certain areas, commercial areas where the roads remain private.
Right. So how can we have as a board override this and allow this to
You're
happen?
not overriding anything. You're just doing the zoning on it. So, I mean, you don't gain any control over the road by the zoning.
Right. It still becomes a public road and, I mean, a private road, and it would be under control under.
Whatever rights they have amongst each other within that area.
Right. But as I stated before, I have an issue with approving this when it's going to put a financial burden upon Crawford White property, because they have over 57,000 square feet. So their amount is going to be
private rights between them are not a concern of the zoning.
Right.
And you can't take that into consideration. We don't enforce restrictions, private restrictions or private rights. We only put the public zoning on the property.
Exactly, but if we zone this, if we approve the zoning, then in effect, we are approving use of that.
They've already
Right.
established their rights
So-
amongst
right.
each other. We're not affecting those rights one iota about this zoning. The public, the people who are involved with that grouping of businesses there and their individual easements and individual rights amongst themselves, they've determined that to be the way they want to live. But then we're just now going to put the zoning so that the land use may be placed upon it according to their plan.
Exactly, and by doing so, we will now place, if it is approved, we will place, in my opinion, a burden upon,
It's a burden they self-put.
so.
So we have nothing to do with that burden.
Yeah, well, okay, I understand all that, but I don't know. To me, I just felt like it should have been under control. That's all I asked in last July, to get this road situation under control and to get an agreement. Agreement was not, nothing was done. And as for me, I cannot sit here and honestly vote to put a burden on someone, a financial burden on someone when it's out of their hand. I don't know. It's just, to me, it's not right. It's not right. And I just, when you read this easement, I don't know. I'm just gonna stop right there before I say something I shouldn't say. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garner.
Mr. Carmichael, have you come to an agreement over the road?
No, ma'am. There's an existing agreement and I'm not, I want to be clear about what I'm saying here. I am not the real estate attorney for Flagship. Troutman Sanders is their real estate attorney. You've got a piece of property here that abuts a private road. This property, there's an existing easement agreement that gives this property the right to use that road, and they have a maintenance obligation. The concern is the connection to the whole property. And the reason I want to be clear about my role here is I'm not a real estate lawyer. I can read this document, and I have read this document. This agreement should not be construed to grant any rights to the public in general. That can mean a lot of things, but it probably means they don't have any rights in the easement. It doesn't mean that people who would come to this medical office couldn't travel on that private street to get to the medical office. That's the whole point of the road, and that's why there's a shared cost situation. The concern has been, and I don't mean to get defensive, but I'm not a real estate lawyer, so I don't want to be put in a position of opining on title to this property. And if there's any, this thing probably could have been written better. I read it, but I didn't draft it. And I'm not going to be put in the position of interpreting it too much, because I don't think it's fair to me. But this is a land use matter. We're requesting that a new zoning district be assigned to this property to allow the medical office building. There are already entitlements here. The property could be developed, and whatever's developed there could use that private road. But the concern has been the connection to the Hoyle property that the town wanted for connectivity, and I understand that. And so Mr. Bassage wrote the attorney for the other property owner and said that he'd be willing to, once these parcels are built out, have another traffic analysis or a traffic memo done to see what the effect of that connection is. And if there is an impact, then he'd be willing to bear a greater share of the maintenance costs for that private street. But all that's a private agreement between those parties. That's a private correspondence, but he is willing to go on record and commit to that. But there is already a right to use the road by this property. In fact, the owner of this property put the easement on. Adbel, there, you saw that in there. So they put that on there. Mr. Urban's office park is a part of this agreement. Lat Purser has a building that's part of this agreement. But it's, look, I understand Commissioner Hoover. But I think what he's offered is a reasonable solution. Is it Mr. Crawford or Mr. White? I don't know.
Crawford and White Investments.
Okay.
That own this property. as
Okay.
well.
And I know they're known for years, their attorney, Jim Hood, and Mr. Bassett is happy to have further conversations with them, because if it's rezoned and he's able to move forward with the development, they're going to be partners in these streets under this scheme of development for this office park or this office development.
John, could you use your pointer and show what specific part we're talking about?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Can you show the easement that's in question?
You can't see it here. I've got a aerial. It's this road here. It's Cruise Circle and Man Drive.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to poke the bear on my question.
No, I hope you don't think I'm the bear. No, I'm not trying to be.
I think I have a good metaphor here. And this is a 2-lane road, right? And the lane that we are in as a board is the zoning.
Right.
And this is a whole other lane that we're not supposed to be in.
And so like that's why I get a little nervous when I'm talking about things areas in which I don't even practice.
Right. I wasn't trying to corner you.
Oh, I know you were.
I was just saying, I feel like, we're at a place that's fairly comfortable. And that we as a board really are here to talk about the effectiveness of the sidewalk and if that meets the criteria that we were talking about last year.
I mean,
Mayor Pro Tem,
you
you got a
want to
question?
say? Why don't you, do you think you'd like to say?
What questions can I help to answer?
Well, tell them about your letter and what
Yeah.
you're going to do.
Yeah, so just to clear up any confusion, I believe, so first of all, the easement document that we've been talking about is from 2002. That's been around for a long time. We are inheriting that. We're becoming a member of that when Flagship were to close on this property. What I understand, what I'm hearing from Commissioner Hoover and from our neighbors, Crawford White Investments, is that they have a concern that the connection that we're making, that we're in favor of, town planning is in favor of, our neighbors are in favor of, would potentially add additional traffic to Lyle Cruz Circle, which is the private street that we all maintain. I'm not a traffic engineer. I don't agree with that statement because I think that in the same right where a car from Mr. Hull's property could decide to drive through our parking lot to go up to Lyle Cruz Circle to then go to Sam Newell Road, it just as easily someone from the medical office could decide, hey, I'm not going to go on the private road. I'm just going to go straight out to 51 because that's the easiest way for me to go home. So, but it's not my job or my place to play traffic engineer and decide how the numbers work. So I said, look, I'm happy if when these projects are developed, Flagship, my company, will fund an additional traffic count or additional traffic analysis to see if there really is a net change where by having that connection, there's additional burden or wear and tear on the private road beyond what there would be if Flagship developed its medical office without the connection. Because we're a member of, we're already contributing to the maintenance on the road via the easement. We're a member, we're a party to that agreement. And today, the owner of this property doesn't have to contribute anything because there is no building there. And the way the easement works is that you contribute pro rata to your relative square footage to the whole. When we build a 45,000 square foot building here, we will be contributing and paying our pro rata share to any maintenance along the private easement.
Commissioner Hoover.
And I like the idea and I appreciate the offer for a second additional traffic count. But as we discussed during the meeting, that would be years down the road to get an actual true count. Because once it's built, established, you've got to get that traffic coming in. And here again, I'm hearing we'll do this, but there's never been anything in writing presented forward to back up what you have said. And then just to verify what Crawford and White's concern is, Their concern is that, and I'll just read what they say, I'll quote it. We are saying that they do not have the right to give anyone outside of track A access to that road, thus burdening Crawford White with more maintenance and ongoing repair expenses. That's their statement. And Crawford and White owns over 57,000 square feet. And Flagship is, if I just heard correctly, 45.
We're asking for permission to build up. to
So
45.
they own the most, so they have the most to bear here in this, in this. So that's my concern. And all I had asked from the start was to get this under control, to get an agreement. And that was in July, nothing was done. And when you read the easement, it's just pretty clear in the easement what it says.
Paul, I just want to correct, I did put in writing in a letter that we would be willing to pay for the traffic study and that we would fund our equitable share of any additional burden or wear and tear that was revealed through the traffic study. I have committed to that in writing.
And what the letter says is it doesn't leave it up to Crawford and White to make the request. It's the association. Because it's not just these two parcels.
Right.
So Crawford and White doesn't bear over 50% of the maintenance cost. They would bear less than because it's shared among all the tracks.
Right.
But that's the way he structured the letter, was that if the association decides that it's necessary, then he will do
Yeah.
that.
Okay, and so what you were telling me, and from me reading here, the cost is based upon square footage that you own to
Correct.
repair the road.
Correct.
So they own the most square footage
Well-
of track A, of everyone in track A.
I don't know what's the largest square footage, but
I looked at, I
but-
did each one. Yeah.
But they're not over 50% of the total cost because their square footage does not exceed 50% of the square footage in this business park. But what the letter says is he will absorb a greater percentage of those costs if that study were to show that there's an adverse impact. And that, I mean, I'm not sure there's anything else that they could do other than to make that assurance to Crawford and White through a letter from Mr. Bassett to their attorney.
And when we were speaking, I mean, why didn't you send me the letter or any of us? the
I
letter?
emailed you the letter Friday after our talk.
That one?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm going to interject because it's been a long night and we should focus on things that are our purview. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve zoning application 2021-742 because it is consistent. The change in zoning is consistent with the land use plan because it contains development that's consistent with the surrounding uses, and it's reasonable because the change in zoning is reasonable that'll add more non-residential uses to the Highway 51 corridor.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Hoover, are your comments concluded?
Yeah, if I'm rudely interrupted like that again by a mayor pro tem, I will not be as quiet as I am right now because I have every right to speak and.
You have been
give
told by our town
clarification
attorney
on
that this is not within our purview.
So
You've
I'm
been,
trying to get,
the town
no,
attorney,
I understand it, you're young and, when you want to talk to
let's not insult each other.
science, your brain is not fully matured yet, do science, read the science, so I'll give you some slack on that. But, I'm just,
Let's move on.
I don't appreciate that one bit. I'm trying to get some clarification. We have two people who own businesses in this town. They pay taxes as well in this town, and they have every right to be represented as anyone else. And that's all I'm trying to do.
Do you require any further clarification? All right, we have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second from Commissioner Garner. Is there any further conversation, comments, questions? All in favor? All opposed? That passes 4-2. All right. Commissioner Urban, would you like to rejoin us?
I'm not sure, but I guess so.
Let's move on to item C, zoning application 2022-770 Crown Point Commons to change the zoning from OCD to MUDCD on that certain property located in the corner of Sam Newell and Claire Drive, north of Rice Road, east of East Independence, and being further designated as tax parcel 193-19-109. Mr. Will.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Good evening again. The applicant proposes to rezone this parcel from office conditional to mixed use development in order to integrate it into the mixed use development that is occurring adjacent to this property. The site will be developed as a parking area and a stormwater BMP. The parcel is part of a larger mixed use project that was approved on November 14th of 2022. Staff requested additional information to be shown on the plan, and the following changes have been made to the site plan, which was attached in your packet for reference. Site plan has been revised to show the continuation of a 10-foot multi-use path along Samuel Road. There's a note, and the plan shows 35 feet of right-of-way measured from the center line will be dedicated, and a note requiring landscape screening for the detention pond along Samuel Road has been added. And the list of uses has been limited to allow for parking, stormwater detention, and open space. At the regular meeting on January 24th, Planning Board recommended approval of the rezoning request. And at this time, staff recommends approval of rezoning application 2022-770. Happy to answer any questions the board may have at this time.
Any questions for Rob? The applicant care to make a presentation, or I don't know if we need one, but
happy to answer questions, Mayor.
Any questions for Mr. McVeigh? Any motions? Commissioner
Yeah,
Urban?
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we go ahead and approve 2022-770, the requested zoning action as most currently amended. And is found consistent that the land use plan, I gotta watch this wording they use, is consistent with land use plan because it contains development that is consistent with the surrounding uses. And it's also reasonable that it will provide parking and stormwater in conjunction with an approved mixed use development.
Motion from Commissioner Urban, second from Commissioner Garner. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We'll move on to item 8D, zoning application 2022-771 335 East Matthew Street to change the zoning from R20 to HUC on that certain property designated as 353 East Matthew Street and being further designated as tax parcel 215-01104. Mr. Hallman.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, the town is the applicant for this. It is town owned. We are going from R20 to historic urban core. This did receive a favorable recommendation from the planning board. What was discussed at the public hearing is the town is not allowed to put any type of conditional zoning on the property because it is town owned. Now, just as justification for the HU zoning, our downtown master plan doesn't identify the area as part of the Matthew Station Street expansion area. And we'll take a look at that in a minute. And it's also identified as a transit oriented development. Staff is recommending that we make a motion of approval. Right, so you can see this is the subject property. Right now, everything around it is currently zoned R20. This is just kind of re-highlighting some of the driveway accesses surrounding the property. The neighbor did speak at the public hearing. We have spoken with him since then. He did request some information. We did send that. He actually owned the adjacent property and a few properties across the street. He was more concerned with future, or not really concerned with, but he was more excited for future expansions of the HUC back further down Matthew Smith Hill and around. And then we have the aerial of the property. Again, the downtown master plan did designate the area for townhome use, just as an example of expansion. And then the town did pay or hire a consultant to do site analysis for this project. Are there any questions from the board at this time?
Seeing none, Anyone care to make a motion? Commissioner Urban,
While we're on a roll, let's go ahead and make a motion to approve 2022-771. That the requested zoning action has been found to be consistent with the Matthews Land Use Plan and Downtown Master Plan for increasing the usability of property in and expanding the boundaries of the downtown area. And it is also reasonable that it exhibits an opportunity to expand the downtown area into an adjacent area.
Second.
motion by Commissioner Urban, second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Finally, we'll move on to zoning application 2022-762, The Ridge, to change the zoning from R12 to I1 CD on that 45-acre parcel of land located on Campus Ridge Road and further designated as tax parcel 215-22102. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we received a request from the applicant of rezoning number 2022-762. They would like to submit formally submit a request to withdraw the rezoning petition at this time. And the applicant is here to answer any questions, but staff is in favor of the withdrawal. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can at this time.
Mr. Tufano.
Yeah, just to clarify, withdrawal, that means what's the time period before they can come back and apply?
That's an excellent question. It is 1 year. If it is denied, if it's withdrawn, there is no time limit. There is no time waiting period, excuse me.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, comments, or motions? Commissioner Garner.
I'll make a motion to approve the withdrawal of application 2022-762.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Garner, a second by Commissioner Urban. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Okay, that one's withdrawn. Move on to agenda item number 9, the consent agenda, items 9A through G2, with G1 being removed and placed under unfinished business.
I move we accept the consent agenda as modified.
Have a second? Motion by Commissioner Tufano, second by Commissioner Garner. All in favor? Any opposed? Move on to unfinished business. Item 10A, consider draft annual legislative priorities. Ms. Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. So this is a follow-up to the draft that was brought to you at your last meeting. We went through a couple of proposed additions at that meeting. Those have been added in highlight to the draft that is before you. We did not receive any additional suggestions from other board members. And so at this point, we would be looking for, I would say, any last minute additions, otherwise a motion to approve if there are no additional questions.
I make a motion that we approve the legislative priorities as written by the draft.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Fano, second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. All in favor? Any opposed? Just for information, Representative Budd did come speak with me right before, at some point, I think right before our regular meeting, and stated that she had talked to her NCDOT contacts and was making good progress to allowing the town to plant trees in the DOT right away on the other side of the sound wall. So she's going to get back to us on that, but she felt like that was probably going to be something that would happen. So that's good. All right, we'll move on to item 10B, digital sign replacement. Commissioner Tufano, you wanted that removed from the consent agenda. So
yes, thank you all very much for agreeing to do that. After deliberation to myself, this is a considerable sum of money, even though I voted for it and I'm still for it. But I thought that perhaps this might be the opportunity to make an improvement instead of just a repair. So that's what I'd like to have a discussion here on the board, is the possibility of our communications officer and the town manager to go out and look for bids on perhaps building a more noticeable and informative sign, because we're talking about a very small area in our current structure. And if we actually drop back to the 10 mm instead of the 8 mm, that would give us another $3,000 or $4,000 to play with. So anyway, I'd like the board to consider instructing the staff to ask for alternatives to actually improve the sign, and perhaps even consider moving it to another location. Now, I also talked with Chief Kennenberg about this, and he said the only thing that he gets a little bit of relief from his insurance by putting, I don't know what the frequency is or what it actually has to say, but and I even don't know what that insurance benefit is. But regardless of that, I would like the board to consider making an improvement to that sign in lieu of just repairing that small area.
Mr. Tufano, are you talking about, so you're talking about just replacing the sign totally, tearing it down? And putting
Not
it up?
necessarily. There's a possibility that the concrete portion that is already there can be cut out and make a larger display area.
Okay.
So in other words, I think that maybe when we're spending $30,000 for a sign, I think maybe we should investigate other alternatives.
Commissioner Urban.
Well, that was going to be my comment, is that that's a branded sign for the town of Matthews, and I would be opposed to relocating it. I suppose you could look at modifying it, but it will obviously increase the cost to do so. And I can't remember, is this one of the stone signs or one of the brick signs? Let me take a look. There it is. It's one of the brick ones. So the insert is fixed. Yes, you could take a masonry saw, I guess, and hack away at it if you wanted to. I guess the question would be, is the return on investment worth? Somebody says, is the squeeze worth the juice? Who is that one on this town staff? Who's?
Yeah, I don't want to.
I think you could easily just get a Bookworks or one of those guys that run a budget number on it if you wanted to, but I don't think you're going to get a lot out of that. What are you talking, cutting a foot on each side or something like that? I mean,
I think we can actually double the size of that display.
Oh my God, no. I mean, that if you look at the proportions of the sign to double it, there'd be no brick.
No, come up to the bottom of station number 1.
Are you thinking taller?
Yeah, taller.
But taller won't change the aspect ratio of the signage and stuff.
No, it won't, but it'll give us more, 4 more lines of display.
Oh my God. So we want to have passing drivers read a diatribe as they go through.
I'm just making a suggestion.
I'm not saying that, but we don't want to have them going down the road reading
I'm
something.
trying to find ways of perhaps spending the town's, the taxpayers' money more efficiently. Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I do wonder, I mean, I kind of get what Commissioner Tufano is saying. It seems pretty small for $30,000. It's a pretty small.
Put a TV in there, couldn't you? You go to Costco.
Exactly. Is there a way, maybe possibly getting a sign that's fully LED and putting it up further? I don't know. If you want to have a bigger sign, if that's the conversation you want to have, maybe we could, leave that completely brick and put a bigger sign somewhere near it.
Town manager, you want to weigh in?
It is 11:23 at night, so I can't say that my creative juices are flowing at the moment. I would say, not hearing super clear direction. There's a lot of different ideas. I'm hearing maybe relocate it, maybe do something different size, maybe do something different location. I'd say maybe the best thing to do at this point would be, we can table any action. We can go back, talk with staff, and probably just think of what might be a single additional option to consider, because otherwise we could run rabbit trails on 17 different options and bring that back.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking. That's discussion.
Yeah,
come up with some alternatives. Thank you.
Sure.
So I think we need probably a motion to do that. So Commissioner Tufano, you want to make a motion? Sure.
I'd like to make a motion for our board to instruct the staff to look at alternative methods of improving that sign in front of the Matthews Fire Department.
Second.
And specifically with making the display larger.
Making the display larger.
So a motion from Commissioner Tefano, second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Any further discussion? Commissioner Gardner?
When you come back with those ideas, Becky, could you come back with some information on, I guess, the lights and what happened, what sort of the warranty is on the sign that we may or may not have? I have seen billboards that use that light system that have, bars missing of color or information, and want to make sure that we know what the technology is, I guess.
It's like my Christmas tree lights. Always have the one in the middle that doesn't work. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go on to new business. Consider solid waste contract.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Board. I'll try to get out of here by 1, so we should be good. So I have tonight with us Tim Ginn, the General Manager of this area, and Sean Brady, who's the Municipal Sales Manager for this area, here from Republic, in case there are any questions for them directly. As I'm sure you're aware, because you all are really good at reading my memos before I get up here, we're at 7 years now with our contract. Our current contract allows up to 2-year extensions beyond that. However, Republic has asked for some changes to the contract to have that first 2-year extension. The biggest one is they want to raise the rate. It's currently at, I think, I don't have it right there. It's $14.30 per resident per month. And they want to raise that to $19.50 per resident per month.
I'm sorry, what's the current rate?
I think it's $14.30 per resident per month. And based on conversations that I've had with them, they've been losing money on our contract for several years now. So they're looking to raise that up to, I guess, a point where they are actually making money rather than losing money. They originally had asked for $19.87. We had since negotiated that down to the $19.50. They also asked for an adjustment to the CPI or to the rate after the first year. Typically, our rate has been adjusted every year based on CPIU. They're asking for a minimum percentage of 5% for the next year, and then CPIU. I'm sorry, whichever is greater, the CPIU or the 5% after the first year, and then beyond that, it'd be the CPIU. We'd agreed that they would no longer pick up yard waste that's going to be in plastic bags. It's been a huge time waste for them. Plus, we've had issues with bags being left around or blowing around. I think that's a good way to move anyway. If Charlotte's moved to paper bags, we have that option. We also have containerized, if somebody wants to use a trash can to do that, they can use that. There's also something called a leaf burrito that's made locally that we're looking at for people to be able to use. Another one is the maximum amount of yard waste per resident per week would be 20 bags. Currently, the contract says 20 bags or 20 minutes. And if they spent 20 minutes on more than 3 or 4 houses, everybody else would suffer because of that. So I think 20 bags is reasonable. The last thing was for Matthews Alive and Beach Fest. They would continue to help us with those services, supplying everything. However, they do ask to be reimbursed for the hourly rate of the driver and truck while they're there. They're currently there for roughly 34 hours for Matthews Alive, and they're asking to be reimbursed for that. I think that could come out of the budget for Matthews Alive. Beach Fest, I don't know if that's a separate budget or if that's contained in the town's budget. So that might be a change. One thing that we had asked for was to have the fuel rate set to the current going rate for diesel fuel. Right now, based on the contract, we're paying roughly $100,000 in a fuel surcharge with our contract. Do you want me to keep going through this? I did talk to a bunch of other places. They were pretty happy with who they had. The rates varied fairly significantly. I did talk to our most likely competitors to Republic. Waste Pro came up with a range that was started at $19.50 and went to $21. That's where that 1950 came, is that's at the low end of that range. And then the last second, I got another quote back that was less than that. It's 1725 per resident per month to 1797 per resident per month. I would like to say, though, that that is, that's a quote that they gave us that hasn't gone through their corporate headquarters. So that could change if we actually went out to bid. The reason that we're recommending to stay with Republic is that we've been a good partner, and they've been a good partner of ours for 27 to 30 years. It's been a long time. We've had some bumps, but they've worked with us through that. We worked with them through that. I think they've been a good partner over that time. And really changing is a pain. We had some issues with storms and things like that. I think that would be nothing as compared to changing over, changing all the waste things, getting their call center to understand what our residents want, having people understand what they should be bringing out now, when, and having that change, I think it'd be a big transition for a long period of time. So that's our recommendation. Also, the recommendation of the EAC is to continue with Republic Services.
I'll make a comment. I'm not real happy with the rate of increase. It's phenomenal. It's a humongous increase. That's like, grab my heart. So I'm not sure. I don't want to go out to bid. Commissioner Tufano?
Yes, hi, CJ. Is this 1950? I'm sorry, you went kind of past it a little fast. Is that per month or per year or what?
So that's $19.50 per resident per month.
Okay, so I don't know the exact number of residents. I just pulled 13,500 was the last number that was in my head.
So as far as residential structures, we're roughly 9,600.
Okay, so let me just do, if you can bear
Sure,
with me just for a second. I think it was about a $5 difference there, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So 5 times, what was that? 9,500?
9,600.
Oh, I'll just say 9,500 since I've already typed that in. All right. So every month we're talking about 47,500. That. So on a yearly basis times 12. We're talking about $600,000. We'll round up. Town manager, where does that come from?
Well, because we do not charge a monthly fee or an annual fee for solid waste, our solid waste costs are fully absorbed by our tax rate. So right now, our current solid waste contract costs us approximately 4 cents of our tax rate. This would push us closer to 5.
5. Yeah, it was another cent.
Yep.
Yep.
So some of the conversations that CJ and I had, Republic, and I realize they're in the room, but our understanding is that this is a rate for renewal without going through an RFP process. We are not guaranteed the same quote if they are asked to respond to an RFP. It is quite possible that the rate would be higher. And we are hesitant with some of the feedback that we have seen from some of the other municipalities and the services that they are receiving. We are hesitant about the quality of service that we could potentially be receiving. Kind of that, you go with the lowest bidder and sometimes you get what you pay for. So trust me when I say I'm not happy about this either. But given where we are in our relationship with Republic, it hasn't been perfect. We know that. But really in the 7 years I've been here, and CJ, I know you've been here a lot longer, when we have had issues come up, we have felt like the communication has been good. Republic has been open to figuring out how to work through the issues. And by and large, I think that our community is quite happy with the level of service that they receive. And when you do look at the level of service in some of the other communities that do have a lower rate, bulk pickup is 4 times a year. It's actually a much lower level of service than what our residents have come to expect. And so when you look at what the going rate seems to be for, like, Huntersville is expecting that they'll be at the $20 mark when their contract comes up, I think this year or next year. I'm not sure that this number is actually that far off with what the market would be charging for the level of service that we receive. So I say all that to say, if we're directed to go through an RFP process, we will obviously do that. But I'm not sure that we would actually be coming back with better numbers.
When does the current contract expire?
June 30th.
Well, it gives us plenty of time to go out for quotes. I think we have a due diligence to, especially since there's a tax increase involved here, to go out for an RFP process.
And my only note with that, again, would be it's possible we could still be coming back with a recommendation that it's Republic and it's no longer a $19.50 rate. It could be higher than that.
Well, I think I think we owe it to the town in order to go out for RFP. Those precautions, I understand, are taken well, but I'm in favor of going out for quotes.
Sorry,
Commissioner Garner.
Oh, sorry.
I agree with Commissioner Tufano. I'm glad that you're in the room. We have inconsistent trash pickup at our house. And so maybe getting some competition in there isn't the worst idea to see where we land with this.
Commissioner Urban.
I will agree. I think sometimes the better part of valor is to shake it up a little bit and may come back higher. I'll be really disappointed if it does. But I do want to make one comment about the picking up yard waste and disposable plastic bags. Unfortunately, the paper, in my opinion, is a canard because the processing of the paper bags uses an exorbitant more energy and water than it does to produce the plastic bags. And Republic has done a very good job with my plastic bags of dumping the materials and putting it into my trash can. And I can sometimes reuse them. So kudos to you. But I'd hate to knee-jerk react to that because also after all these incessant rains, guess what bags don't hold up? Maybe they need to be plastic coated or something. So I will support Mr. Tufano's recommendation.
I concur.
As do I. We have a motion or recommendation. We need a motion. We need to vote.
Make a motion that the board instructs staff to start the RFP process for solid waste contract.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Tufano, second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. Move on to the mayor's report. I don't have a lot tonight, thankfully. It is Black History Month. Commissioner Whitley, when is the next meeting with the racial bridge building? It's this month, correct? At the Presbyterian Church. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's going to be the 28th, 7 o'clock at Presbyterian Church.
Commissioner Garner, you have something? I'm sorry.
I had a question for CJ that I had written down, but and we did that. Republic. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You can't leave before midnight, though. My question is going to take a long time. The Matthews Alive cost of $75 an hour for 34 hours or something like that. Were you suggesting that should be something that could be absorbed by the board, the Matthews Alive board?
Yeah, since they have their own separate fund for running that event, and I haven't run this by Leanne or Becky, so they're probably better to answer that than I am.
Okay, I would suggest that we as a board request the town pass that fee along to the Matthews Alive board if the remainder of our board feels that is appropriate.
But we're going back out to the RFP, right? Okay. And can I say one other thing about that? Just so you know, it's not a lot of time because we have to go through that process, choose somebody, and then they have to have time to order their cans, their trucks, and get everything set to go by. So it's doable. But
is there a provision in their contract to have, say, like monthly renewals?
I have to look back through there.
Yeah.
I would think even if there weren't, that they would be willing to do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
just a final comment on that, and I would have said it in front of these gentlemen if they were still here, but it just seems like they said, hey, it's Christmas. Let's just jack the price up on Matthews as high as we possibly can and just lay it to them. And that doesn't seem fair. That seemed really excessive.
Is that something that that other board members feel should be passed along to the Matthews Alive Board, the payment of their waste removal during the festival?
I'd like to wait and see what they come back with on the, maybe possibly another hauler may absorb that themselves. So.
I have a meeting with the chair of Matthews Live Board later on this week. So I can at least lift it up as a
You can broach the topic.
possibility that it's being considered. CJ, the other consideration that we have is what number to put in our FY24 budget. So timeline wise, how quickly do you think we would realistically have quotes back?
So typically we would do this in a two-part process. We'd have RFQs, and then we'd use that to cull them down to the top, say 3 or 4 providers, and then get RFPs from those. Assuming that is a process, I would say 3 months. I'll try to tighten that up. EACs mean tomorrow on Valentine's Day, so got to give them something to do, make it worthwhile.
The budget is presented before then, so we'll have to figure something out, but we'll chat.
When do you need it? We'll get it to you by then. Okay.
We'll chat tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along, I did mention that this is Black History Month, and I think it's helpful to do more than just maybe watch a documentary on television about civil rights or something like that. And we have a really good program going with the local area churches where different churches get together. So Commissioner Whitley, that is on the 28th of this month.
That is correct. And we are doing a Black History program each Sunday in this month. You're welcome to come and join with us.
And what time is that?
9:45.
Oh, at your church. Okay, your regular church service.
Regular
Right.
church service.
Fantastic.
If I could just say something in compliments to Pastor Whitley, and the service I attended last week was probably one of the most inspiring and emotional I've been to in I don't know how long. So just phenomenal. Thank you very much. Yeah.
That's all I've got for the mayor's report. Town attorney report.
No report, Mayor.
Town manager report.
No report.
All right. I will entertain a motion to go in closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A4 to consider economic development and 143-318-11A5 to consider acquisition of real property at 269 South Trade Street.
So moved.
Sorry about that.
And don't we need to say who's?
Yeah, and who's
With-
going to be in attendance?
To include the mayor, board of commissioners, town attorney, town manager, assistant town manager, planning director, and town clerk.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gardner, second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. All in favor?